Light signifies dispelling of darkness and igniting the thought and enlightenment. It's our honor to invite our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Donatella Capioni from Monaco, to light the lamp and spread the light of love amongst us. Dr. Bernard Shah, Secretary, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, who is the backbone and pillar of our college to lit the lamp of motivation.
I invite Reverend Dr. Father Lawrence, Chairman of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, an inspiring person by nature, to lit the lamp of leadership.
I now invite Reverend Father Dr. Isaac Raphael, Principal of Anugraha Institute of Social and Sciences, who is the motivation behind us, the students, to lit the lamp of diligence.
I now invite Reverend Father Dr. Maria Joseph Lewis, Vice Principal and beloved Head of the Department of Social Work, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, a man of energy and innovative thinking, to lit the lamp of innovation.
I now invite Reverend Father Dr. Suse Manikam, Controller of Examination and Head of the Department of Visual Communication, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, who is the man of optimism and charisma, to lit the lamp of faith.
We feel happy to invite our student conveners, Francis and Dharani, and Students President of Anugraha Social Work Association, Department of Social Work, Veera, to lit the lamp of joy and dreams.
Happy to see the lamp is glowing in love, motivation, leadership, diligence, innovation, and all the other values. Thank you for all the facilitators. Welcoming is an art of inviting the gems to adorn them with the crown of this grand event. It's our proud moment to invite our Reverend Father, Dr. Maria Joseph Lewis, Vice Principal, Head of the Department of Social Work, a man of destiny, to welcome this gathering.
Honorable Chief Guests of this second international conference, Dr. Donatella Campino, respected keynote speakers, respected panel heads and judges, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Susainathan, Chairman of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, Reverend Dr. Benasha, Secretary of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, Dr. Isaac, Principal of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, dear faculty members, students, and research scholars, very good morning to all of you. The Department of Social Work has selected the theme, WOMENOMICS, for the second international conference, with the sole reason of empowering the women fraternity. WOMENOMICS is a study and practice of maximizing women's participation and contribution to economic growth and development, and it is more relevant now than ever before. As we navigate through the complexities of this modern world, it is imperative that we recognize the immense potential and talent that women bring to this international conference on WOMENOMICS 2K24, empowering and breaking the barriers. Together, let us envisage a future where gender equality is not just a goal, but a reality. Let us harness the power of WOMENOMICS to build a more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable world for all. It is with this note I take pleasure and honor to extend my hearty welcome to the chief guest of this second international conference, Dr. Donatella Cambioni, President, Monaco Aid. We welcome you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome the keynote speakers, Dr. Anita Gulzanska, Department of Social Pedagogy and Social Rehabilitation, Faculty of Educational Studies, Poland. We welcome you, Madam. Mr. Nicholas Reiter, Coordinator of Projects, Monas Aid and Presence, Monaco, and Mr. Jaisraj Arpudasamy, Director, Masters, DINDIGUL. We welcome you all. I feel honored to welcome our management team. Reverend Dr. Lawrence Susainathan, Chairman of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, Provincial of Mary Queen of Peace, Tamil Nadu. Reverend Dr. Benasha, Secretary of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Reverend Dr. Isaac, Principal of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. We welcome you, my beloved brothers. I extend my warm welcome to the panel heads. Dr. Lovelina Littlefla, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore. Dr. Hilaria Soundari, Gandhigram Rural University, Dindigul. Dr. Florence Shalini, Department of Social Work, Bishop Heber College, Trichy. Dr. Sangeeta, Director, Sarvodip, Periyakulam. Dr. Susai Monikam, HOD of the Department of Visual Communication, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Dr. Kannan, Research Consultant from Chelamuthu Trust, Madurai. Dr. Sega, Department of Social Sciences, Social Work, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Dr. Christina, Department of Social Work, St. Claret College, Bangalore. With immense pleasure, I welcome you all. I take privilege to extend my hearty welcome to the panel of judges for the poster presentation. Reverend Sister John C. J. Stanislas from Tanzania, social activist and a missionary. Reverend Dr. Sahayaraj, HOD, Department of Psychology, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Reverend Father Anthony Sami, Periyar University, Salem. We welcome you all. It's my proud privilege to welcome Reverend Father Anthony Sami Jemi, Director, Mada TV, Diocese of Dindigul, for live streaming the whole event. I extend my warm welcome to the other departments, namely Department of Viscom, Visual Communication, Department of Tamil, Department of Mathematics, Department of Physics, and all other departments. Last but not the least, I extend my welcome to faculty members, research scholars, and students from various colleges for this one-day international conference on womenomics. May our discussion be fruitful and our collaboration be impactful. Thank you. Welcome one and all.
Thank you, Father, for your discreet thoughts and gentle welcoming.
Reflecting on our love and respect towards our chief guest and the panelists and the esteemed dais, I welcome Reverend Father Dr. Lawrence Susanathan, Chairman, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to honor our esteemed chief guest, Donatella Capioni from Monaco. Thank you, Father. Please, thank you, ma'am.
I welcome Reverend Dr. Father Bernard Shaw, Secretary of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to honor our chief guest, Mr. Nicholas Reiter, Project Coordinator at Aiden Prisons, Monaco. Thank you, Father. Thank you, sir.
I request Reverend Father Dr. Isaac Raphael, Principal of Anugraha, to honor Mr. Jesraj Arpudasamy, Director of Mass Trust, Dindigul. Thank you, Father. Thank you, sir.
I invite Reverend Father Dr. Suse Manikam, Controller of Examination and Head of the Department of Visual Communication, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to honor Reverend Father Dr. Lawrence, Chairman of ANUGRAHA.
I invite Ms. Kalmani, Assistant Professor from Social Work Department, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to felicitate Reverend Father Dr. Bernard Shah, Secretary, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Father.
I request Dr. Gayatri, Assistant Professor of Social Work Department, Anugraha Institute of Social and Sciences, to honor Reverend Father Dr. Isaac, Principal, Anugraha College. Thank you, Father. Thank you, ma'am.
I call Reverend Father Dr. Isaac Raphael, Principal of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to honor our Vice Principal and Head of the Department of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, Reverend Father Dr. Maria Joseph Lewis. Thank you, fathers.
I call Reverend Father Lawrence, Chairman of ANUGRAHA, to honor Reverend Dr. Father Susai Manikam, Head of the Department of Wisdom.
Thank you, fathers.
It's the time to recognize and felicitate our panelists who are the pillars to lead our program through the presentation session of this event. I now call upon and invite Reverend Father Dr. Bernard Shah, Secretary of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to felicitate and honor our panelist who is going to lead the first panel, Jane Addams panel, Dr. Hilaria Soundry from Gandhigram University.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, ma'am. I welcome Reverend Father Dr. Lawrence, Chairman of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to honor Dr. A. Florence Shalini, Department of Social Work, Bishop Heber, Trichy. She will be chairing panel 4 named Medha Patkar. Thank you, Father. Thank you, ma'am.
I invite Reverend Father Dr. Susai Manikam, Head of the Department of Visual and Communication, to honor Dr. Sister A. Sakaya Sangeeta from Jayaraj Annapakiyam College, Periyakulam. Thank you. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Sister.
I invite Mr. Joseph Williams, Assistant Professor from the Department of Social Work, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to honor Reverend Father Dr. Sahai Raj, Head of the Department of Psychology for ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences.
I now invite Professor Kanmani, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, Social Work Department, to honor Sister Jansi. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sister.
I invite Reverend Father Dr. Maria Joseph Luis, Head of the Department of Social Work and Vice Principal of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social and Sciences, to honor Father Anthony Sami, Director of Mada TV.
Imagination and creativity with a new book. Book launches, researches, and book transports to you to the extraordinary places. It's our proud moment to release our publication, which we made through our Department of Social Work with all the efforts of the management, principal, vice principal, secretary, students' participation, staff and mentors of the International Conference on Co-Building Green Social Work and Sustainable Development, which was conducted in the year March 2023. I now invite our esteemed chief guest, Ms. Donatella Capioni, to release the book published by us on March 2023. I request our esteemed chief guest to release the book published by us. I also welcome our esteemed panel head, Dr. Hilaria Soundry from Gandhigram University, to receive and felicitate them.
Thank you, sister. I also take immense pleasure in inviting Mr. Nicholas Reiter to release our abstract book, which is the compilation of abstract and articles for the conference titled Womenomics, and I request Dr. Florence Sholini, Head of the Department of Social Work, to receive the memento and felicitate the topic.
Thank you all the felicitators in the dais and the panelists. To felicitate our eyes with the cultural program, now we request the dignitaries to seat off the dais so that we can start with the cultural program. I request the felicitators and occupiers of the dais, please to be seated down. Thank you, dignitaries, for making your presence of the dais. Let us all enjoy the cultural events.
Welcoming is a peak of love expression, and doing that through arts explores efforts in it. Now I welcome 2nd BSW students for welcome dance.
நல்ல நாளிது நல்ல நாளிது எல்லோரும் நன்றாக ஒன்றாக பாடி கொண்டாடும் இனிய பொன்னாளிது வணக்கம் வணக்கம் என வாயார பாடி வந்தவரை வாழ்த்தி மனதார மகிழ்வோம் வணக்கம் வணக்கம் என வாயார பாடி வந்தவரை வாழ்த்தி மனதார மகிழ்வோம் வணக்கம் வணக்கம் என வாயார பாடி வந்தவரை வாழ்த்தி மனதார மகிழ்வோம் வணக்கம் வணக்கம் என வாயார
Thank you, girls, for your performance.
I now invite our esteemed chief guest, Ms. Donatella Capioni, President of Monaco Aid and Presence, Monaco, an organization which is established for the society towards humanitarian actions. We welcome you, ma'am, and we'd like to invite you to address the gathering.
Thank you. I am very emotional because this has been a beautiful performance, and I just love these young ladies, full of energy, full of love, beautiful women. So thank you very much for inviting us here today. Just the perfect day because we leave tomorrow after this mission for about 2 weeks in DINDIGUL district. I have been working in humanitarian projects in the last 20 years, at least, of my life. And I am very fond of this country, India, which is beautiful, very special place. And with our engagement all over the world, because we, as humanitarian association, we work in many countries, India, Africa, Brazil, Eastern Europe, and what can I say? We privilege, especially help to communities and communities of ladies, and we privilege the education, and we have been trying for several years to build schools, and because it's, and also health centers to improve the life of the communities and to give an opportunity to many young girls to educate and make a good life for them and for their communities and for the country. So we have been here now for a couple of weeks to visit many families in the rural area district of Dindigul, and to, let's say, follow particularly 150 families where the children are orphans, and the most of the children, they still have the mother, and we encourage these ladies to take care of their children, the girls and boys, and with the Must Trust local association, we try to make programs of awareness for women in different villages about health, about the importance of hygiene, about the importance of education. The most of the mothers, they ask to support their children in education, so we have many bursaries, boys and girls, many girls who are extremely determined to continue the studies, and many of them are studying in college. We have two students in this college, which is, by the way, beautiful school. And so I've always been convinced, maybe because I'm a woman, of the importance of the role of the woman in society and in the family and in society. So the woman is the pillar. I'm always saying to our Mr. Jesuraj, maybe the man is the roof, but the women are the pillars. So without the pillars, the roof cannot stay up. So it's just to express what I am convinced, and we have been working on this for years. For instance, in Ethiopia, we are supporting rural schools, rural for girls. We are supporting 130 girls in very rural area who had no possibility to continue studies, and many of them were forced in child marriages. And so to avoid all this, we are supporting them in school. We pay for the accommodations and all the necessary for them to study, and we are obtaining very, very good results. All over the world, I think that the empowerment of the woman is not is a priority, as is a necessity.
From different institutions. Warm welcome to ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. When I heard the topic of the second international conference, Womenomics, I asked the HOD what is this meaning is about. He's shared about empowering and breaking of barriers. I thought, what a beautiful way of celebrating Women's Day this year. I think 7 days of celebration has been held in ANUGRAHA from March 8th onwards, and it is a culmination of Women's Day, I feel. So once again, happy Women's Day to all the people gathered here. I appreciate this topic, the theme of the second international conference, because I believe empowering women is an experiment with the truth. Mahatma Gandhi wrote his life history with his title, Experiments with Truth, Satya Sodhanai. I think empowering women is an experiment with the truth. Can we imagine a world without women? No. Because women is a source of life. Women is not just the source of life, she is also the sustainer of life. Women is the only person who can share her own flesh and blood to somebody. She shares her own flesh and blood not only in the womb, but also after that. In that regard, empowering women is accepting the truth of this existence. In fact, when we don't empower women, we live, as we speak in Indian philosophy, in avidya, or ignorance, or we are living in maya. The truth of life is women is a source of life. Women is a sustainer of life. So empowering women is actually experiment with the truth. In that regard, I am very, very happy and proud that the Department of Social Work in ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences has taken this theme to celebrate and has invited various researchers from different institutions to bring out a little more visibility to this thought process, a thought process of experiment with the truth, or accepting the truth, acknowledging the truth. And in fact, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences was started to empower the rural children, rural youth, especially the girls. This is our motto. In that regard, I feel really honored and I feel very, very happy, and I congratulate the HOD of the department, Dr. Lewis, and every faculty member of the Department of Social Work for making this theme as the theme of second international conference. I want to congratulate the HOD, the faculty, and all the students. Shall we give a hand to this faculty and the HOD and the students? A beautiful theme. Congratulations. As a chairman of this institution, I would like to thank and welcome all the faculty members from different institutions, because an international conference is a moment of coming together and sharing our ideas. It's a confluence of new ideas taking us to new horizon. In that regard, I feel really privileged and honored. Your presence is a blessing to ANUGRAHA Institute. Therefore, I would like to welcome you specially and thank you for being here. I wish and pray that this academic exercise would become another moment of our experiment with the truth, of our acceptance of the truth, and of our celebration of our truth. Once again, happy Women's Day.
Thank you, Father, for igniting the light of women empowerment amongst us, and your words will be taken as the stepping stone to reach the complete women. Thank you so much.
College in rural area is a community deep with culture, once again curdling the ability to express hearts through soulful moments. I welcome folk dancers on stage.
ஒரு பொண்ணு எது செய்யலான்னு 5 இருக்கு, இதை செய்யக்கூடாதுன்னு 50 இருக்கு. எல்லாருக்கும் பிடிச்ச அந்த 5 நம்ம செய்யலாம், ஆனா நமக்கு பிடிச்ச அந்த 50 நம்ம செய்யக்கூடாது. அவ்வளவுதான். சிம்பிள் ஒரு பொண்ணோட லைஃப்.
தங்க முன்ன ஊரு ஒன்ன மேல தூக்கி வைக்கும், திண்டுக்கல் போட்டு 2 மாட்டி பூட்டி வைக்கும். விட்டு வாடி ராசாத்தி ஒன்னரியே காப்பாத்தி. வாடி நீ வாடி அடவாடி
வந்தாப்ல
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness.
Thank you, girls.
Women, women without a man is nothing. Tableau, a theoretical technique and theatrical technique where actors freeze in poses to create a still picture of the moments. Now, we would like to take to the stills of our life with regard to women empowerment. I would like to invite the Tableau team to felicitate the gathering.
Thank you, students.
I take immense pleasure in inviting Dr. Nicholas Reiter, Project Coordinator, Monaco Aiden Presence Organization, to address the event with a few words on stage. We welcome to dais, sir.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your warm welcome and those beautiful, bright, and colorful performances. We're very happy to be here to touch quickly upon what Donatella has said in her speech. We, as MAP Monaco, support many projects in the field of education and health in many different countries. And the one thing we have found in common with all those projects and countries is the importance of women. Women as pillars, women as voices of change, women as contributors to society, carers, and also heads of households. We're very honored to support a beautiful project here in India, supported by Mass Trust and its director, Mr. Jesraj, who will speak right after me. We're inspired every day by the work the women of Mass Trust do, and we're very happy to be able to support them. So thank you very much.
என் தாயை பழித்தோரை யார் தடுத்தாலும் விடேன், தமிழை பழித்தோரை என் தாயே தடுத்தாலும் விடேன். பாவேந்தர் பாரதிதாசன் அழகாக கூறியிருக்கிறார். என் அன்பு உறவுகளே, அன்பு குழந்தைகளே, பேராசிரியர்களே, கல்லூரி பொறுப்பாளர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம். ரொம்ப அருமையான ஒரு தலைப்பு, விமன் எக்கனாமிக்ஸ்ன்னு தான் சொல்லணும். ரொம்ப அருமையான தலைப்பை கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. பெண்கள் யாருமே முன்னேற்றம் அப்படிங்கிறது பெண்கள் முன்னேற்றம்னா சும்மா வெறுமனே வண்டி ஓட்டுறது, விமன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட் அப்படிங்கிறத நம்ம மறந்துடுறோம். We often feel that women empowerment is not finished with that, but also we have to be sustained in life. அந்த விமன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட்டை அப்படியே எடுத்துக்கிட்டே போகணும், விட்டுறக்கூடாது. ஸோ இனிய தோழிகளே, உங்களுக்கு ஒரு செய்தி. நீங்கள் நத்தையாக இருப்பதும், if you want to be a duck or eagle, kindly prefer yourselves to be eagles, because the ducks can simply walk on the floor. Instead, the eagle can soar high in the sky. So don't want to be ducks, but try to be eagles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful words. Now I request our beloved Father, Reverend Father Dr. Bernard Shah, Secretary, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to address the gathering, please.
Most respected Chairman of this prestigious institute, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Susainathan, our chief guests and the keynote speakers, Reverend Dr. Isaac, our principal, Reverend Dr. Marie Joseph Louis, our vice principal, and the convener of this second international conference, Reverend Dr. Sahairaj, Head, Department of Psychology, Reverend Dr. Susai Manikam, Head, Department of Visual Communication, and Dr. Hilaria Sundari, and all the other dignitaries, the professors, and faculty members from other institutions, our own faculty members, research scholars, dear students, a very warm, a pleasant good morning to you all. We are very happy today because this campus is known for creating an optimistic approaches. Once there was a press meet. In that meet, Amrita Sen was there. People asked her, "What do you think about women?" She said, "When you think about women, you should not forget two important ideas. The first one is optimism, the second one is happiness." because women, they are the backbone and they support in all the ways possible. In that connection only, today we have selected a very beautiful theme, and our children, they have very beautifully expressed the theme also. So in that way, and this is a moment where we have to take this world to the world of optimism, because there are so many other concerns are there. Still we speak about the sustainable development goals. Most of the time, the sustainable development goals are giving a kind of a different perspective about attainment of those goals, but still we are struggling. There is a gender inequality, and there are a lot of other things that are keep on pressing the entire world. So therefore, somehow we are taken or driven by the negative spirits. But these type of conferences, I'm sure that it can really help us to think an optimistic way. So therefore, when you look at a mother, when you look at somebody, when you get a kind of a positive spirit, a positive aspiration, that is called the optimism. And I'm sure every one of you who are present here will agree with me that women is full of a positive energy. The second is about the happiness. Why we think about such a kind of an academic celebration? The purpose of having this academic celebration is to be a happiest persons. We aspire for that, and women in all the ways. For an example, right from the beginning, from the micro level and the macro level, the Womenomics giving a kind of a pure happiness for every one of us. So in that way, today is a very important and significant day for us, particularly in our own institutions. Rightly, our chairman very clearly said, the motto of our institution is just empowering the rural children, especially the girls. So therefore, I'm sure the Department of Social Work is taking such a kind of wonderful initiatives in reshaping or giving new perspectives about the theme called Womenomics. I take this moment to congratulate the head of the department, Dr. Maria Joseph Luis, the convener of the second international conference, and the faculty members and the research scholars, and all the, especially our own children, till morning they were working, and whatever the decorations that you do, you see here, and everything is done by them. So I wholeheartedly congratulate the department for taking successive steps so that we grow together and we contribute for the empowerment of the women. Once again, congratulations to all the other participants. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Father, for showering the words of positivity amongst us and beautifying the women with the crown of positivity and happiness. Thank you.
For next few minutes, we are going to listen to our keynote speaker, Dr. Anita Guchinska, Department of Social Pedagogy and Social Rehabilitation and Social Rehabilitation Faculty of Educational Studies, Poland, through video representation.
Professor at the Department of Social Pedagogy and Social Rehabilitation at the University of Łódź in Poland. This is my honor to be with you today, and for this honor I would like to thank you very much to Dr. Maria Joseph Luis, and why I'm here. Let me share my screen to answer this question. I'm here because over 20 years I've been researching disadvantaged neighborhoods in Łódź, in the heart of which there are working class women. And taking into account the themes of conference, barriers and empowerment in women experiences, I would like to share today with you my reflection upon transformative potential history of working class women. They were both heroines and exploited victims of building and rebuilding textile power and identity of which. And that was happening in the time of massive industrialization in the 19th century, in the time between the two worldwide wars, and after World War II, when the communist regime came into force in Poland and changed everything. After 1989, when the communism collapsed, the situation of working class women came to worse. Textile factories went bankrupt. Our system of social welfare wasn't totally prepared for such a massive poverty and unemployment. More or less at that time, or from that time, working class women, together with their families, with their fellows of working class society, living in some segregated, certain disparate parts of which started to experience conflicts, amongst of which those relating to socio-spatial segregation were the worst, the hardest to face. And these neighborhoods, working class neighborhoods, got developed into disadvantaged ones and into even enclaves of poverty gradually. And these are the places which I'm working as a researcher to understand the level and the scope of different inequalities. And my departure point for the reflection is the statement that social research focused on women's empowerment can enhance social changes of different scope and scale. I pose myself a question about the transformative potential of research-based knowledge on empowerment of working class women. To answer this question, I did a kind of a small overview of social work research and research focused on empowerment of working class women, and identified at least 3 types of research depending on the level of transformative potential of empowerment pictured in them. The first type, research enhancing individual and social empowerment of working class women, is the most popular, I would say, in the literature. The second is research on working class women collective actions aiming at transformation of power relations. And last but not least, research limiting the inequality of power in the process of creating knowledge of working class women empowerment. Research enhancing individual and social empowerment of working class women promotes understanding of empowerment as a process aiming at extension of individuals' control over their own life, enriching them with knowledge, social skills, and a better self-image, as well as at the reduction of oppressive relationships in their immediate local environments. These studies uncover processes that improve women's life chances, like gaining economic value and stability, unleashing themselves from various forms of oppression, and redefining their social position in their local environments. The transformative potential of knowledge coming from this research is not satisfactory. It's rather limited to individual and micro-scale The second type is constituted by the research on working class women collective actions aiming at transformation of power relations. You can see the picture of one of such a kind of action during communistic times. This research captures various logic on working class bottom-up social movements, the factors that trigger them, and the processes through which they initiate redistribution of power in the society. Empowerment here is conceptualized as a change in the social structures, breaking barriers and challenging relations pervaded by power inequalities. This research uncovers the processes of collectivization of the activities of women united by shared experience of their marginalization and the determinants of the processes leading to wider social representation and recognition of working class women in the whole society. Their transformative potential is rather wide and deep. It is about large-scale changes in the society as a whole. Those two types of research are contrastful, however they have at least one linking point. The unlimited power of researcher in the process of creation of knowledge about empowerment of working class women. There is the third type that seems to answer to this problem, to this risk. Research reducing the inequality of power in the process of creating knowledge of working class women empowerment. This research invites working class women to the process of knowledge co-creation. They assume the roles of equal researchers and they are present at as many stages of exploration as possible. This type of research is the closest to my heart, so you can observe some pictures of real research processes, real pictures from disadvantaged neighborhoods in which these processes were running. And this research promotes a very special understanding of empowerment. This is an extension of working class power over their scientific representations and research-based interventions into their lives. Literature, my experiences show that scientific discourse is fulfilled with deficit-based negative descriptions of working class women as those that are not well coping with their life problems in their daily routines. Therefore, the stigmatization in the scientific discourse is so important. My research, in which women are driving force of practice and co-production of knowledge of empowerment, there are at least two forms of, or two meanings of empowerment in the course of this research. The first one is empowerment of their, working class women experiential knowledge in the academic discourse, which saturate their scientific representations with their strength-based illustrations, and this is a kind of resistance towards majority major deficit-based language in scientific discourse about disadvantaged neighborhoods. The second form of empowering potential of this research is expressed in women empowerment through participatory action research leading to micro-scale transformations in their neighborhoods. means there is a privilege of deficit-based and radical social work over critical participatory approaches to working class women empowerment in scientific discourse. What this overrepresentation speaks about, or what are risks of this overrepresentation for the practice of empowerment? The first type of the research can bring about, or overrepresentation of this type of the research can bring about the reduction of transformative power of working class female leaders who, when get who when get vacuumed by the mainstream society, sometimes or rather often lose their indigenous working class identity. The second type of the research can enhance new inequalities. We know that political empowerment of marginalized groups can foster the development of new elites and bring about new socioeconomic divisions. So, participatory research with working class women are desperately needed. And this conclusion is, is not accidental, because just my knowledge of Indian social work, my knowledge of fantastic participatory action research with women promoted by Dr. Hilaria Sondari and her students always speaks to me that we had a lot of things to learn from you about how to promote this fantastic way of doing knowledge about, of co-producing knowledge about women's empowerment. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd love to see you one day in person, and I wish you a fruitful debate during the conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Anita, for your insights on women.
May I now invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Hilaria Soundari from Gandhigramam Rural Institute, panel head of the event, Working Department of Applied Research, a forward thinker working for the empowerment of marginalized women and children for 30 years in rural India. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see in the world. And this is the same message I would share, like to share with the men and women who are gathered here. So, being a change today, especially in the context of a women empowerment, we need to see women empowerment today. It is not only the women, the men also has a equal role. It is there, I always believe, தாய்மையே உருவான ஆண்களும் உண்டு, தாய்மையே இல்லாத பெண்கள் கூட உண்டு அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ பெண்மை அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து, it is not only one side, it is both the side, the men and women have to hold it. And how do we take the women empowerment or an equal justice society holding the women, in which I would like to share 4 important aspects here, maybe 2 for men and 2 for women. That is, from a women point of view, today what I see is a very fast changing scenario in the educational institutions. 25 years back when I started entering into a class, if there were 60 students, hardly we could come across 5 to 10 girls. The rest all were boys. But today, we see a very different scenario. We have hardly 5 to 10 boys, the rest all boys. So what is happening? What is happening to our society? Again, I'm sure it is going to be an added burden for women, not only in other sector. So We want the men to get educated equally today. We don't want the men to not to go to colleges, but equally get educated. But at the same time, we see the other scenario where the women who are educated, many of them stay back at home without even taking a part-time job, getting into the clutches of the household work. And I think it is there, taking up may not be even a full-time job, but a part-time job for a woman is a mandatory. It helps a woman for a better thinking process or better self-appreciation process. So it is good that women take up the employment by all means. Third one, that is from a men point of view, many times in our society we tend to think that emotionally men are very strong, but today the task must keep proving that the fragility of men, and they become victim. So in which both men and women have a role. We need to allow the men and understand the men from their emotional fragility, and also allow men to express their emotional difficulties. I think somewhere we need to create a forum, maybe because I'm dealing with the youth and I see their struggles, and somewhere I feel that in our society we are missing out, and it is there the men, especially the young men, becoming the victims of the various abuses, the drug abuses. So we need to take care of that. The fourth one, that is the women, the emancipation of a woman, nobody can give, only women can give to themselves. So that we need to take it, nobody need to give to us. So when we look at the point of today's theme as in Womenomics, that speaks about the economics, this has to be manifested in the 4 E's, that is in the education, employment, emancipation, and the emotional quotient. Especially for women, it has to be very much manifested in the employment and the employment and the emancipation. And for men, it has to be manifested much today in the education and the emotional quotient. I think if we can take that, we will have a very good society where men and women can live with fulfillment, live a happy and just society. And we wish you and me as in people in the academia are able to build such a beautiful society. Happy Women's Day. Thank you.
True men their rights and nothing more, women rights and nothing less. That's the true republic, said by Susan A. Anthony. Well said words, ma'am, Dr. Hilaria. I call on stage Professor Ms. Kalpana of Social Work Department to dictate us with panel instructions, followed by Dr. Gayatri's instruction.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all the esteemed fathers, participants, faculty members, and guests gathered here today for our eagerly awaited event, the paper presentation and the poster presentation competition. It's an absolute pleasure to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals representing various colleges and departments, all converging here with a shared passion for academic excellence and knowledge dissemination. I'm delighted to announce the details of our esteemed panel on Womenomics. Our panel consists of distinguished experts and scholars who have dedicated their careers to advancing gender equality and women empowerment in the workforce and beyond. Our panel and panelists include Panel 1, Jan Adams, our panel head, Dr. Hilaria Sondri, second floor here, auditorium. The second panelist, Mary Richmond. Panel head is Dr. Lovelina Littleflower. It is in the ground floor in the first MSW classroom. The third panelist, Carl Pearsons. The panel head is Dr. Susai Manikam, ground floor. It is in the MSW second year class. The fourth panelist, Medha Patkar. Our panel head is Dr. Florence Shalini, The panel is in the ground floor, BSW third year classroom. Fifth panel is Vandana Shiva. Our panel head is Dr. Sister Sahaya Sangeeta. It is in the second floor in the Viscom second year classroom. Our sixth panel is Savitri Bai Phule. Our panel head is Dr. Shekhar. It is in the second floor, Viscom department. It is an online session. The seventh panel is William Gode. The panel head is Dr. Father George Bernard Shah. The panel is in the second floor, Viscom department, third year classroom. The same has been displayed near the main entrance of the auditorium. Our panel in charge team and the help desk team will support you to reach the panel. Before we commence our Womenomics panel presentations, I would like to remind all the presenters to ensure that they have submitted their final PowerPoint presentation to the technical team beforehand. Each presenter will have a maximum of 5 minutes to explain their paper. At the end of the 4th minute, a warning bell will be sounded, indicating that it's time to begin wrapping up. Please try to conclude your presentation before the allotted time expires. Following each presentation, there will be a 2-minute period for discussion. During this time, we kindly ask all the panel members to maintain silence and refrain from side conversations to allow for focused discussion. Please be punctual, and if you need to clarify or rephrase any instructions, feel free to do so. And also, the first panel session will initiate from 11:40 to 12:30 p.m. after our tea break. Our lunch will be served from 12:30 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. and the second panel session will be conducted from 11:15 to 2:30 p.m. We wish you your presence for the cultural feast at 12:30 for the afternoon session. Thank you for your attention, and let's get prepared with our Womenomics panel presentations. May today's event be a celebration of knowledge, creativity, and fellowship, a reminder of the transformative power of ideas and the boundless potential that lies within each of us. Once again, welcome, and I wish all the participants the very best of luck. Let the presentations begin. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll beg for the tea session, and refreshment and tea has been arranged outside the auditorium. I request all the participants to adhere to few instructions, please. Please make use of the students' coordinators and coordinator who are with the food team. You can make use of them, and kindly use the dustbins after emptying the cups, please. And
I'd like to welcome all the presenters of this conference here who are causes of this event. Last but not least, I would like to welcome my friends and panel coordinators who have put their constant effort and hard work into this event. Now I call upon Yamuna to honor our resource person, Dr. Sister Hilaria Soundari. Once again, we welcome you, sister. Thank you, sister. Now I call upon Father Stephen.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Stephen. My topic is growth process of womanhood after the loss of husband, a qualitative inquiry. The growth process of womanhood is challenged when a woman's husband dies. A widow is a woman whose husband dies. This condition in which the spouse dies is called womanhood. The stereotyped roles and the societal expectations all the more constrains her growth process of womanhood. The loss of the husband is felt more than any other loss and disrupts the lives of women. Breaking the cocoon is the subjective and unique experience of this population. As per the Census Department, India's population is in 2011 was 121 crore. Among them, there are at least 55 million widows in India. Looking into the review of literature, the condition of the widows in India today is enumerated according to Kabur: financial problems, problem related to child development, problems related to personal and social life, remaining in seclusion, lack of participation, decision-making process, prevalence of illiteracy, provision from participation in employment opportunities, inability to participate in the implementation of household responsibilities, problems related to living conditions, deprived of share in property. Here, there are differences in the widowhood in terms of various aspects like caste, class, race, ethnicity, religion, and socioeconomic background. There are differences in the status and living standards of the widows belonging to the rural and urban communities. The objectives of this study is this. The study was conducted to explore the lived experiences of women whose husbands were dead when the women were still young and yet managed to thrive. Methods. In-depth interviews were conducted among 7 women from Tamil Nadu, India, whose husbands died. The participants were encouraged to narrate their experiences of facing the death of their husbands and their struggle to come up in life. The interviews were transcribed and coded by the researcher. The codes were then grouped into meaningful themes, and the lived experiences of women who lost their husbands were described with the help of rich narrative codes. Results. The common themes emerged were grouped into 3 different phases of growth process. They were trauma phase, self-reliance phase, and flourishing phase. Women are living in the stereotyped social setup wherein they are supposed to depend on parents, husband, and children. The death of the husband forces a woman to face the trauma phase, and they strive to reach the self-reliance phase. Within a woman reaches the self-realization that she has no one for her but herself. Here, she recognizes her resources within and without and uncovers them for the full utilization for her goals. This leads her to the flourishing phase. If this process does not take place successively, they might psychologically regress to the previous phase before the death of her husband to be dependent again on her father, mother, brother, or any other external sources. The utilization of the inner resources and outside resources to the fullest makes a woman to enjoy the flourishing phase. Friends, I have conceptualized my findings this way. Women, somehow they thrive after the death of their husband. These 3 phases, trauma phase, then self-reliance phase they reach. From there, they start thriving using the forces from within, realizing that importance of independence. Well, if she fails to succeed in any of the phases, she will fall back to the original condition before her marriage. These are the themes grouped. Trauma phase, each themes were enriched and described with their original subjective experiences of their narration of their subjective experiences. And this is how what happens to young women. You may know being okay. Now, coming to the conclusion, this is how, if all through the life, the trauma continues in her life, that trauma gives her to come out with the energy with which she is able to flourish in her life. I like to conclude my presentation with this quote: your womb and your breast will fall away from you. The fragrance of your cooking will evade from you. The glittering of your jewels will fade away. Not trapped, not diminished by gender, but freed. Once again, in fact, widowhood is the period of liberty for women to take decision on their woman without depending on other male in the family. If the woman is educated, financially sound enough, and self-confident. Thank you.
Very nice presentation, Father. It's nice to see that how thematically he had gone for the analysis of this quality research. And at the third phase that he had come out with the flourishing phase is really something nice. I don't know whether it is an outcome of the interview or your conceptualization.
The themes were grouped, and then I made a conceptualization. I think this is unique contribution in the world of research, this way of conceptualizing, and at the beginning stage, how they take it, how they gain the self-confidence and start living independent life, then that is the starting point where they're flourishing. In my experience, I see women suffer, still they thrive. For some reason they want to live. They have a reason to live, and they are successful in life. But the fact is, all through their life, the trauma keep popping up, keep popping up, keep popping up. It really pains them. That pain is converted as strength for what they are today.
I think there is a perpetual mourning, they say.
Exactly.
I think there is a sage book also on that, womanhood. But how do you see these women come out? As you said, are they able to really come out with a greater strength? And
Exactly, exactly. In their words, they say, earlier, I was hesitant to look at the men. Now I am able to look at men. I was very self-conscious. Now they say, I don't care about how they stand. I don't mind whether I have to stand this way or this way. I stand erect. I look straight to their eyes, and I got nothing to lose. I got what is to be gained is my womanhood.
fine, Father. It will be nice further if you can take it forward with the counterculture practices that can still help these women. Excellent.
Thank you, sister.
Congratulations. Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Father, for your wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Father Matthew.
So this is my topic, social media usage and psychological well-being among girls pursuing UG in Dindigal district. I am Father Matthew. Reverend Dr. Susai Manikam is my research guide and HOD of the department. Second, next. The aim of the study is to measure the level of social media usage and psychological well-being among girls pursuing in UG in Dindigal district. The objectives were to measure the socio-demographic profile of the respondents, to analyze the demographic factors influencing the social media usage and psychological well-being, to measure the level of social media usage and psychological well-being, and to find out the relationship between the social media usage and the psychological well-being. Next. The research design, descriptive research design, variables, independent variable, demographic details like gender, year of study, residence, place of stay, departments, etc. Second, dependent variable, social media usage and psychological well-being. The sample size, UG girls students randomly selected from various colleges in Dindigul. Sample size 209. Next, sample techniques. The researcher has adopted simple random techniques and chosen 209 participants. Next, tools used. There are 3 parts. First, personal profile made by the researcher. Second, social media usage scale by Ling, Wang, and Chan. Third, psychological well-being scale by Riff. And here I have given like, instead of literature review, I have given like intro. I have taken only one. Instead of giving so many review, I have given only one from Stacy Jo Dixon 2023. In 2022, almost half of the social media users said that they use it for staying connected with family and friends. Other popular reasons for using social networks included filling spare times, looking for inspiration, and reading news stories. And then I have used the scale, social media usage scale by Ling, Wang, and Chen, based on the users and gratification theory. And the rules, and we already know that, I don't want to go into that. And the second also for psychological well-being, I have given a kind of intro, like for literature review, and also the scale method I have given. Let us go to the next slide. Hypothesis. First, there is a significant correlation between social media usage and psychological well-being. Second hypothesis, level of psychological well-being and social media usage differs with regard to age. Third, level of psychological well-being and social media usage differs with regard to time spent with social media by the respondent. Next, the findings are, first one hypothesis, there is a significant correlation between social media usage and psychological well-being. And this table shows that there is a significant positive correlation between social media usage and psychological well-being with a p-level of 0.01 two-tailed. Therefore, the hypothesis is accepted. It is evident that the young adults, girls, showed a significant relationship between social media usage and the psychological well-being. Positive correlation results shows that higher the social media usage, higher is the psychological well-being. And it is in the positive sense. The second hypothesis is social media usage and the psychological well-being level differs with regard to the age. According to the table, it shows that there is no significant difference between 2 age groups. The F value of psychological well-being is 0.164, and the F value of social media usage is 2.581, and it is not significant. Therefore, the hypothesis is rejected. The level of social media usage and psychological well-being does not differ with regard to age. Final one, the level of social media usage and psychological well-being differs with regard to the time spent on social media. According to the table, the researcher has applied one-way ANUGRAHA to find that only the psychological well-being has the significant value at 2.427. Hence, the lesser the time spent in social media influences the psychological well-being. Yes, to conclude, higher the usage of social media influences the psychological well-being, higher. Lesser the usage of social media influences the psychological well-being, lesser. Age is not a factor to be influenced or affected by social media. Therefore, when the social media is used positively, right use of social media, we will have positive affection on our psychological well-being. There are few limitations. I stop with this.
So congratulations, Matthew, for the nice presentation. One or two small questions. Now, like when you mean social media, could you just elaborate that?
Social media in the sense everything that we use in the apps, mobile apps also, like Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, all that comes, even all the online streams that we have, everything, it comes under one umbrella of social media.
Among them, which is very popular among the
Yeah,
youngsters?
I also have gone through all this data, and I found Facebook is topper. And second comes Instagram, and then YouTube.
You were talking about the 6 components of the psychological well-being.
Yes.
It is being adapted by Lynn. Do you see that everything is applicable to our Indian respondents also?
Yeah, that is not possible. But then, no, we can have a degree level like. No, we cannot say 0 level of usage, those scales, because it is all well verified and then it is used everywhere. We cannot say there is no possibility for at least for one. At least there should be 2 points or 3 points or 5 points. There will be variation of levels in all those 6 points, 7 points.
In this construct, do you like to add on something very specific to our Indian context in this scale?
Yeah, that we also, according to the inculturation, like, if we want to adapt all this, we have to go for this adaptation, I would say, because no one has worked on that. Maybe it is nice that we proceed ahead and prepare things like that.
Yeah, I think that could be your good contribution in the research also.
I'm thinking of doing it.
Because it is also good to look into what are the social media that is becoming much popular among the youth today, because it keeps changing, of course. Secondly, taking the scales as it is, instead of that, can we think of something that is more applicable to the Indian context?
Yes, sister, but in the beginning I simply chose like that. But after doing data analysis, when I was feeding the data into the Excel sheet, I found that I could have worked on that little more on my own.
Fine, research is a process.
Yes.
You can enjoy the journey.
Yes, thank you so much, sister.
All the best.
Yes,
Thank
you, audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your wonderful presentation. Now I invite Mr. Hemnath.
Hi everyone, it is good to meet you all. I'm Hemant Pranav. I'm a research scholar here in AISS. I am under Dr. Isaac Raphael, Principal, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Science, and I'm a scholar under him. See, my topic is, again, as our father Matthew told, the same thing, smartphone addiction and work-life balance among the women college teachers from Madurai. No, I'm basically from Madurai, so I thought, why not do it in Madurai? Next slide, bro. See, addiction, as father told, previously, addiction has become very common nowadays, I could see now, people using all their smartphones now. This is the basic thing which I have chosen my topic over here, which is a little bit associated with my research topic, that is a work-life balance. The smartphone addiction which I am referring is like usage of Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and other online streamings, what you watch every day, the shorts, what you watch, spending your time in that, which it implies about in your work-life balance. See, my aim is to study the work-life balance and the association between the smartphone addiction. My objectives to study the demographic profile, social media addiction for the women college teachers, to measure the level of work-life balance, and to find the association between the both variables. Next slide. For the present study, I have adopted descriptive research design. I have reviewed various literatures. The smartphone addiction, what I have chosen, the hypothesis is like the lesser of a smartphone addiction, the higher will be the work-life balance in the women. That is, which is going to be a negative relationship. The women teachers from different socio-demographic conditions do differ significantly. I have reached around 4 to 5 colleges in Madurai, where I have got only 2 permissions from their principals, and then I conducted my study over there. Next slide. inclusion and exclusion criteria. I have included all the teachers who have filled in my entire thing, and my exclusion criteria, those who have not cooperated and those are not filled in properly, I have excluded those things. Sampling, like I have gotten around 268 samples. From that, I have, by using my exclusion criteria, I have cut it down to 237. I have adopted simple random technique by which I have sent a Google Forms for all the teachers in and around their campus. I could meet them and I could speak to them. I have used two scales, that is Non, Kim and Cho, smartphone addiction scale, and work-life balance from Uday Parikh. They have a good reliability and validity. I have used. I have used a trial version of SPSS 20. These are for verifying my hypothesis. I have used Carl Pearson's coefficient of correlation one-way ANOVA test. This is my socio-demographic conditions, what I have used, and this is the table. From this table, I could interpret the following. Half of the women teachers are in the age group of 31 to 40, majority 71% of Hindu religion. About the fifth of them, 2/5 of them are from PhD scholars. 1/3 are from science department. Majority are permanent self-financed faculties. Nearly 1/5 of them are more than 15 years of experience. Majority of them are from nuclear families. Next to that. This is my correlation value for both smartphone addiction and work-life balance. We could clearly see that it is in a negative correlation, that is minus 0.497. By applying Carl Pearson's coefficient, I could say that the R value is minus 0.497. So higher the level of smartphone addiction, lesser will be your work-life balance. The formulated, I have fulfilled my formulated hypothesis. So these are the domains of work-life balance. That is the social needs, personal needs, time management, teamwork, compensation and benefits, and the work. So the total score is around minus 0.497. So the above table clearly explains the intercorrelation between all subdomains of work-life balance and the level of smartphone addictions. So I have used Carl Pearson's. There exists a negative and significant association among all the subdomains of total work-life balance and the level of smartphone addiction. So the all value is a negative, so it is insignificant at 0.01 level. See, I have also done the correlation between all the internal domains of the work-life balance. That is, you could see, it is a positively, all the internal subdomains have the positive correlation. So there is, okay. So there exists a positive correlation between the internal domains of the work-life balance. The scale what I have chose from Uday Parikh, 2010. Due to time, teachers from nuclear families have significantly scored more in smartphone addiction and scored less in work-life balance. You could see that. There exists a negative and significant correlation between the years of experience and level of smartphone addiction. So these are my suggestions based on what I have got. Now to side a 1 week, you could keep your mobile phone, in a week you could keep your mobile phone apart from you from your daily life and spend more time with your families and friends. These are my suggestions what I have given for the people over here, who are most addicted to the smartphones. Yes, I could like to conclude with that. Hello.
Nice, Mr. Hemant.
Pranav. Yes.
Yeah. Just a few questions.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
now, like you were talking about smartphone addiction.
Smartphone addiction.
What do you mean by addiction in this?
Like smartphone addiction.
How do you classify, or how do you conceptually explain?
I could say that I am a bit smartphone addicted. At times, I could see people there, using their phone. At times, what is there? I would eventually take my phone, go into Instagram, and then swipe it out. Seeing that this is called smartphone. They are almost addicted to it. Playing games, now the younger generation, I could see them playing games 24/7 with their phones.
Now if your study is on addiction, you should choose somebody who has an addiction, isn't it?
Yes,
or do you take everyone and classify people who have addiction? Even if you have to classify them into addiction, you should have a
How was their
item.
addiction level?
Yeah.
I thought I could measure their addiction level by using Wing-Wong scale.
No, but for assessing their addiction level, what is the tool or techniques you have used?
I am comparing their addiction with the work-life balance of how the teachers, how was their work-life balance by using Uday Parikh scale. I am measuring the work-life of the teachers.
See, work-life balance is a different component. Now, like a work-life, like a woman working, she has a child who is sick or a mother-in-law to take care. The work life gets affected, or the husband is very arrogant and all that. But that doesn't, how do we correlate this in that? Because smart light addiction, when you say, you should also have a construct to say that these are the component of the addicted people.
Yes.
So if you can have that clarity in your study also, it will be good.
Yes.
And one more suggestion for the young people who are here. When you talk about this demographic profile, you have a clear-cut number, like 44.9%. So you should always say it is 44 or 54.6%, not say majority, one-third. These are the terminologies in research, scientific research, they ask to avoid such terminologies.
Yes,
it's not only for you, for everyone to learn.
I'll incorporate that. Yeah, yes.
Thank you, Hemant.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I call upon Father Seeman Prabhu. Please come on the stage.
A very good afternoon, panel head, participants, all my friends. The title of my presentation is Women Empowerment, a Leap in Human Development Through Modern Education since the year 1901 to 2023. Introduction on the topic, Women Empowerment. Etymologically, the word women means a female person. The woman stands equivalent to wife and man. Again, the word empower is of French and Latin origin. The preposition M and noun power, M refers to N, which means in. Therefore, empower means in power. A review of literature on women empowerment. It all begins before her birth. She is empowered in her mother's womb. She is ensured by her own parents to have a girl child. A girl child is a blessing that speaks volumes of values. Empowering women increases their self-confidence and affirms their gender identity. Some key terms on the 5 pillars. The 5 pillars are my suggestions to improve women empowerment through modern education for the human development. Women empowerment aims at reducing the alarming situations from abusing and misusing the children and women, strengthening the women's weak nature and temperaments, nourishing the malnourished and neglected. We have 2 pictures here, just to tell who are the best examples, I could say. On the left, you can see Savitribai Phule, in India's first feminist. She founded Mahila Seva Mandal for raising awareness about women's rights. On the right, you can see Holy Mary in the Holy Bible, who is the most blessed woman among all women because she was empowered and she empowered others. Objectives: to educate every girl child and provide job opportunities, to ensure quality education, to empower the uneducated and less privileged women, to strengthen their hope and decision-making skills, to promote human dignity and respect for all women. Hypothesis: gender equality in modern education can ensure human development through women empowerment. Some of the historical background: initiatives for women empowerment were taken between the years 1913 and 14. First Women's Day was celebrated on 23rd February 1914. Globally accepted day for International Women's Day was March 8th. The policy of women's empowerment became effective in the year 1950 by Indian Constitution. In India, it all started with Savitribai Phule, India's first female educator. Analysis and interpretation, modern education. Modern education provides people right knowledge, life skills, problem-solving techniques, and scientific information. It develops the concept of participation of women in all the fields of human and social life. It focuses on promoting tolerance, non-violence, and mutual respect. Human development, as we all know, that women are the backbone of human society. So education becomes the heart and soul of women empowerment. The fact is that only empowered women can create more employment opportunities and consequently contribute to human development. Major findings, facts and figures. Facts, it's a pivotal part of every society, state and country. It decides the socio-economic and political progress of a particular nation. It empowers women and children with the skills and knowledge. Figures, in January 2014, in 46 countries, more than 30% of members of parliament in at least one chamber were women. Literacy rate of women in India in 2001 was 54%, but in 2023, it has increased into 70.3%. Here is the chart which tells how the modern education has affected in women's empowerment and which resulted in the human development. On the first one, you can see how each decade shows how many persons are educated, males and females. And the last column, you can see how women were educated. And every decade, there is a lot of difference. Towards the 2000 year, there is a great increase. 2 examples of women empowerment for our discussion. Due to lack of time, I'm not going to read out. Just 1 second, previous one. So these are the suggestions. The first picture you can see, gender equality. Second one, justice. The third one, freedom and unity, responsibility. As we conclude, I urge everyone gathered here to imprint the golden words of first Prime Minister of our nation, Mother India, our first Prime Minister, Honorable Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, who served our country. He says, to awaken the people, it is women who must be awakened. Once she is on the move, the family moves, the village moves, and the nation moves. Therefore, empower all women, develop the nation, live happily. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Could you tell us why do you call that as a modern education?
I termed it as a modern education because from the 1901 onwards, the development of women's education was not so high. As we see in the year 1980 onwards, there's a leap that is taking place. And also in the modern education only we come to know what are the rights of the women, what are the responsibilities, that the equality that is being inculcated in the modern education. And after 2000 year, we see a lot of women participating in all the fields of the society, be it a development or also the empowerment process.
Thank you. Can you also just add on, what is the research methodology you used in deriving it?
To be honest, I'm not sure about the research methodology. I just used the conceptual method of my own. So I'm new to this, just presenting and participation.
Fine, brother. I really appreciate your effort because conceptually you have something very nice to contribute. But what I would further, when you move ahead with your research, my one suggestion is that this modern education that we think of, the concept of an education for a woman, nowadays even for the youth we talk, people get qualification, but they are not qualified. People get degrees, but they are not educated. So the real concept of an education, the equality, the 5 concepts that you have spoken, this hardly go deeper in our educational system today. So this concept, if we can take a little more deeper into your further studies, and if you can help the society to see it in a very different way, it will be really good. So all the best for your further research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll give a good clap for the participants. Yes.
Thank you, Father, for your wonderful presentation. Now I will call upon Lourdes Priscilla Mary.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Luth Priscilla Mary, the budding research scholar from the Department of Psychology, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, here to present my study. The topic of my study is the impact of childhood trauma on emotional regulation and menstrual distress among young women. My study variables are childhood trauma, emotional regulation, and menstrual distress. The background of the study. Childhood is often envisioned as a time of innocence and carefree joy, yet for many individuals it can be marked by experience of adversity and trauma. The effects of such early life challenges reverberate far into adulthood, shaping emotional well-being and physiological responses. Trauma is a response to a deeply distressing or disturbing event that overwhelms an individual's ability to cope, cause feelings of helplessness, diminishes their sense of self, and their ability to feel the full range of emotions and experiences. And the childhood trauma is nothing but is an event experienced by a child that evokes a fear and is commonly a violent, dangerous, or a life-threatening thing. And emotional regulation is an ability of an individual to manage and modulate one's emotional responses, which is fundamental to a psychological health and interpersonal functioning. And such feeling can disrupt an individual's emotional response system and can lead to internal regulation difficulties at a later stage. In the contemporary context of 21st century, Generation Z, that is people born on, from 1996 to 2001 to 2002, grapples with a multitude of psychological, emotional, and physical challenges. A 2022 survey of Gen Z young adults, that is from ages 19 through 24, found that 42% are diagnosed with a mental health condition. The survey, featuring responses over 3 lakh women aged 18 to 45 across India, revealed startling statistics about mental health issues. Over 70% of women are being affected with menstrual disorders. In a parallel, the menstrual cycle stands as a natural biological process unique to a woman, yet its manifestation often intervenes with emotional experiences. Despite growing recognition of the individual impact of childhood trauma, emotional regulation, and menstrual distress, the nuanced connection between these two domains remain relatively unexplored, particularly among the young women. So the aim of my study is to verify the impact of childhood trauma on emotional regulation and menstrual distress among young women, and the objective is to verify how childhood trauma correlates with emotional regulation and menstrual distress among young women, and to measure the level of childhood trauma and emotional regulation among young women, and to measure the relationship between expressive suppression and menstrual distress. And my hypotheses are there would be a significant correlation between childhood trauma, emotional regulation, and menstrual distress, and also that there will be a significant correlation between expressive suppression and a menstrual distress among young women. And my population, the research design I have adopted here is descriptive research design. And my universe is young women from DINDIGUL district. And my sample is young women from ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. And the sample method is convenient sampling, and my sample size is 100. And inclusion and exclusion criteria. Participants from 17 to 30 years of women are included, only women are included. Young women who are pursuing their degree are included. And participants who are able to understand and respond to the questions are included. Participants who are not volunteering for the study are excluded. And these are the tools that I have used: adverse childhood experience scale, emotional questionnaire short form, and then a menstrual distress questionnaire. And the statistical techniques used is Pearson correlation coefficient to verify the relationship between childhood trauma, emotional regulation, and menstrual distress among young men. And these are the tables, tabulation part, and my table represents that there is a strong negative correlation between childhood trauma and emotional regulation, and the strong positive correlation between childhood trauma and menstrual distress, and negative correlation between emotional regulation and menstrual distress. And this is my regression analysis, which shows that childhood trauma do have effect on emotional regulation and menstrual distress. And these are my findings, that childhood trauma positively correlates with emotional regulation and negatively correlates with mental distress, and expression suppression correlates negatively with the mental distress. And the limitations such as this study was only done with the Dindigul district, and sample size can be increased, and the use of convenient sampling method may not be a representative of a general population, and qualitative approaches could be provide a deeper insight to the subjective experience of young men, and implications like knowing all these impact can help to develop a targeted interventions tailored to specific needs of individuals who have experienced childhood trauma, and can emphasize the importance of early intervention. And for the schools and educational institutions can implement trauma-informed approaches to create supportive environments to students who have experienced trauma. And social service agencies can play a crucial role in supporting individuals affected by childhood trauma by providing access to counseling, support, like that. And we must educate children and adolescents about trauma, mental health, and menstrual health. And we have to teach them mindfulness and meditation technique to help them to become aware of their emotions and learn how to regulate them. And we have to encourage the development of healthy coping mechanisms such as journaling, creative expression through art or music, or expression or spending time in nature, and encourage healthy lifestyle choices. Thank you.
Very good, Priscilla. Very nice listening to you. Could you just tell us more on what do you mean by the menstrual distress?
Menstrual distress is the discomfort that a woman or a girl that undergoes before, during, and after the menstruation cycle.
Only for the menstruation you mean, or you also speak about something on PCOD, all that?
No, only for the menstruation.
Only
I didn't
during
specify the PCOD or
all that. No,
just
other.
the normal menstrual.
Only the period of. Do you also take into consideration the menstrual cycle?
Yes, sister.
Cycle?
Yeah.
The flow?
Yeah.
The quality of the menstruation?
Yes.
All that you
Yes,
are also
yes,
taking
yes.
into. Okay, good. Very nice. Do you also see how these emotions, what are the very strong type of negative emotions that compresses these children?
Emotions, the major emotions like fear and anger plays a major impact of whenever the child suppresses fear or anger. There is a study that it gets stored in the uterus part, and that is creating an later effect in the uterine related problem. There were studies going on.
Do you also are you also planning to come out with some therapies or an alternative exercises that can help them to
Yes, sister. My PhD is on that.
On that.
Yes.
This is only a
first phase of initial
good.
phase.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Good. Shall we give a good clap for Priscilla?
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation.
Hello guys, we have a wonderful session now, but due to our lunch break, we are again assembling at 1:30 p.m.
I am Dr. Kumaraswamy, working as an associate professor, Acharya Institute of Graduate Studies in Bangalore, Department of Social Work. For the past 35 years, I worked in different sectors. Earlier, I started my career in NGOs, World Bank projects, Women Development Corporation, and some other, forest-related tribal project. So I worked. Finally, I did my PhD. Then I got an award in 2017. I registered my PhD in empowerment of rural women, special reference to the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. So just I am explaining because let them come, some of them. That's why we don't want to waste the time. So I did my PhD and award in 2017. So then I thought that why don't you go for teaching that academic background. So now I shifted to my career to the teaching academic background. So right now I am working as an associate professor in Bangalore. Okay, thank you for the listening for my brief introduction. So this is, sir, connect madila. Connect madila. Yeah, I think Okay, my topic is role of women elected representatives in municipal corporation cities. That's actually case study of Bangalore City Corporation in Bangalore itself. I thought that the government of India, I think you are all well aware of our democratic country. So according to our Indian constitution, we have three tie systems. One is that Lok Sabha, member of parliament. Second one is member of legislative assembly, MLAs. And third tier is elected representatives of local body, particularly in Gram Panchayat and rural, municipal and urban local bodies. So there are three types of local bodies are there. So in this three tie system, so everyone is having a right. So we have a right, men and women equal rights. So accordingly, the empowerment of women, the consisting of not only the economic empowerment or social, economic and emotional, and Madam already explained that some employment and 5 E's explained. So in that way, political empowerment is also required to take part of that empowerment process. So in that context, I have conducted in-depth studies. So my methodology is among 63 elected representatives I selected in the Bangalore Metro Municipal Corporation ward members. Among the 63 women, I had a meeting with them, one-to-one interactions, and collected some data, in-depth information and secondary data for the past 3 elections. All these things I collected and come to conclusion. So title of this is actually index. So introductions already I explained, women in development. So still, I think according to my experience and what I observed in the society as a whole India, in the rural community or urban community, still there is a lacuna. See, we are covering only creamy layer of the rural poor and women. So in depth, if you go back to society, marginal and vulnerable, and some of the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, women are still, they have not come up in their life. Still in the real situation, they are really poorest of the poor and vulnerable condition. So that's why in this context, I thought that this study was taken. So review of literature also, 2 review of literatures I did that. As per the 73rd and 74th Amendment of the Indian Constitution. So accordingly, so I conducted, review that. So Article 1 and Article 2. So in the Karnataka state context, so women plays a very critical role and very essential role in the politics as a voters and political representatives. I think you are all well aware of that among self-help groups, even Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu and Karnataka in the south part of the India, the SHGs is like a revolution movement. In that, so most of the SHG representatives elected as a Gram Panchayat member, and some of them in the rural and semi-urban area elected as a political representatives. So these are all the indications of very good process of empowerment. So my study, the research, through case studies, aims and objectives to find out the role of the elected women representatives in serving the common people, their achievements and struggle, assess their involve the expenditure pattern, level of fund utilization, perception of the public to get fair bit of idea about the true position of the rural representatives. Women representatives. So here again, even though elected representatives, they are not able to spend the money, they are not utilizing the schemes in favor of the publics. Because what I observed in that, in the real situation, most of the women controlled by their husbands. Even in the ward, Bangalore urban wards, municipal wards and Bangalore metropolitan, that's BBMP wards, among 63 representatives, I conducted one-to-one interactions with their 12 to 13 women. They are all I observed and, conduct in-depth interview. So among them, most of them, the clutches of their husband. Because the husbands, they are local politicians, they are all how to grab the funds, schemes. So how much money I have to, so these are all the things are there. I don't want to tell all these things in depth. So in that way, the women representatives are controlled by husband. So these are all the some observation points I note that. So for the fast data, secondary data, member of parliaments, so women 0 actually, but 1 or 2 are there, but we consider as 0. Men 100%, and year 20. Sorry, time over. Huh? Okay, in the beginning just I started. Okay, another 2 minutes. So these are all the things. And gradually what I found that increased, the women participation is increased. That is a plus point, and positively we hope that most of the women, they enter into the political field and elected as a representatives and playing a very powerful roles. But thing is, some of the lacunas are there that I am going to give a conclusion. See here, 48% of the women ward members are there. So impact at all the level, they are utilizing and motivating, and through self-help groups and in the ward level, they are influencing the publics. So these are all the things are there. But major findings and discussions. In the Bengaluru city, elected women members also not protected behind and sometimes insecure. Even in the last year, 2 of the women elected women representatives are killed by some local rowdies. So these are the things are happening. Suggestions and conclusions. So suggestions and conclusions, the women representation of the women as elected representatives did not reach the expected level. Still there is a lacuna, and mainly, so I think, as per the 33%, for the sake of they are standing for the election, but thing is in realities, still there is a awareness and sensitization is required. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Kumarasamy, for the presentation. I just want small clarification. Could you just tell the young learners, what do you mean by a case study? What is the special features of taking a case study in a research?
Yeah, case studies among the selected elected representatives, some of the achievements, best practices. So you have to note down and recording that through case studies by using in-depth interviews, madam.
What was your criteria for selecting the peculiarities you used to select certain cases?
Yeah, usually in the Bangalore around 150 ward members are there, but out of that only simple random selection, only 63 women selected. Out of them area-wise, zonal area, North Bangalore, South Bangalore, selected 5 members.
Case studies, we don't go, we go with the criteria.
Yeah, criteria also I selected, madam.
We just don't.
Yes, madam. Some of them educated representatives, and some of them only 10th standard studied and elected members, and some of them without anybody's support. Some widows, 2-3 widows, the elected representatives members are there in Bangalore. I selected for them. So like that, different sections of the people I selected for the study.
Yeah. What do you like to tell the audience here about the positive element of these women representatives that you see today among the respondents?
So definitely, I hope that we have a confidence that women are really able to managing and handling the critical issues, particularly in the resource mobilization, fund utilizations, and fight with some government officials. So these are all the empowerment process I observed when we have one-to-one interactions with them. That is the most observational points.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Shall we give him a big clap? Yes.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, sir. Next, I invite Sandana Thomas, PhD scholar, to the stage.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. My topic here is on livelihood determinants of Paliya tribal women in Kodaikanal Hills. Here, I am Sister Sandana Kamal, PhD scholar. I am doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. A. Balakrishnan in the Department of Applied Research, Gandhigram Rural Institute. Next. The introduction part, I would like to introduce the scenario of the livelihood of the Paliya tribal women. Here we know the SDG development goal 1 and 2 talks about the end poverty and zero hunger, but still the poverty is prevailing among the tribal women. And here the 2011 census talks about the population scenario in Indian context. There are 10 crore population in all over the India. And when we take in Tamil Nadu state, there are 8 lakh population is living. And in Kodaikanal, we see the Paliyar community totally, according to 2011 census, there are 3,977 families reside. Next. So review of literature, I have taken the livelihood condition of the particular target group because the physical condition is affected by the livelihood determinants. Livelihood outcome has 6 aspects: degree of maintenance of your family, family income, increasing your family and well-being, and the family income, and the climatic condition, everything involves. In the Paliya, 13.6 are engaged in full-time workers and the others are involved in part-time agri-related activities. It correlates with the health impacts also. Next. Definition here, I would like to highlight who are all tribes. Tribal people are actually considered as dwelling in a particular geographical area, having a specific culture, specific identity, specific languages and things like that. And livelihood capital here, I would like to highlight the livelihood is the capability of assets and the activities required for the means of living. What kind of activities these people do for their livelihood. Objectives, here I have taken 3 objectives. First one, to know about the livelihood activities, to assess the basic amenities of the respondents, to identify the livelihood capital available condition in relation with economic condition, and to suggest a sustainable livelihood enhancement of the particular target community. And in the statement of the problem, here I would like to highlight, Paliya tribal gained legitimate right in the year 2006. So their rights are denied up to now. So they are in the developing process in livelihood as well as health environment. So here I have taken this. And their main occupation is natural product from the forest and things like that. Next. So this is my study area, tribal community in Paliyar. There are 17 panchayat covering the Paliyar community. I have taken only 3 panchayat, selected the population. Here my study is descriptive research design. Research methodology I have taken, sampling, simple random sampling techniques. I have taken 110 respondents of women who live in these 3 panchayat. Tool for data collection, self-structured interview schedule comprising of the 5 capital investment for the livelihood. And analysis here I have taken frequency analysis and correlation I applied here. Here the analysis part, the demographic profile of the particular participants. The age group I have defined, since I am concentrating on livelihood opportunities, below 50 I have reduced, and the married women 18 above I have included. The age difference is there. Age of marriage, there are n number of participant marriages undergo a child marriage, that also impact a lot on livelihood. And marital status, married, widowhood and destitute also is prevailing in this community. Number of children, there are more than 3 above also is remaining because then some are not practicing the family planning methods. And educational status, here I would like to highlight the illiterate prevalence, very quite high number. There are 33% of the respondents are illiterate, and primary also is coming under 13%, middle school and high school and intermediate. Next. Here, basic amenities. Here, I would like to highlight livelihood, how far related to the basic amenities to availing the resources from the government and from the other departments of the policies and programs. Here, we can see mud walls and sheet, mud walls and roofing. It comes under 1/4 of the respondents because they are not availing the IAOI program. And the other thing, sanitation facilities, open defecation is prevailing. 34% of the respondents are having the open defecation, not having the sanitation facilities. Next. Basic amenities, again, electricity facilities. There are electricity connection for only 59. The other 2 are involved in solar connection, otherwise directly connecting from the electrical pole. And the other, previous one. Communication facilities, 33% are not having any communication, button phone, some are having no communication, only they have only one phone, husband and wife, they are making use of it. Next. Food consumption, here I would like to highlight the food consumption, how it's affect. There are 28.2% are people are having only 2 meals per day. The third one, income family. Family income, we can see the below 10,000 is 43%, nearly half of the population. And 30 above, only merely 2% are having government employee and professional studies. They are getting more than 30 above. Validity analysis for the interview, I have taken the capital, local capital, physical capital, financial capital, human capital for the 5 capitals. I have self-structured, I have analyzed the KMO value. It comes around 0.7 above, so it's valid to analyze. Next. Here the correlation technique I applied. Here I would like to highlight the specific things. Family income, human capital is quite high, means family income is quite high. That is positive correlation. And natural capitals and education is negative because when they are educated, they are not going to the forest to get the forest product. And human capital is quite high, means natural capital is quite high because when they can access the forest product. And the other thing, natural capital and social capital, when there is natural capital, they go in groups to the forest, so they have a good network among them and the other people also. Financial capital, family income and financial capital is positively correlating, and social capital and financial capital also is partially correlating because when they have more money, there are n number of network they create. Financial capital and natural capital also is correlating. Here I would like to highlight the physical capital and natural capital is positively correlating, and financial capital and physical capital is positively correlating. Next. Here I would like to give the suggestion. The livelihood, the tribe involved in diversified one. It is not a particular activity, so it need to be concentrated more specifically to enhance with the programs and policies. Next one. Here I review of literature, my review of literature. Next. So conclusion, the study addressed include differential planning methodology for this particular community group because according to their mentality, social, psychological aspect, the planning need to be done based on the sustainable development goal, and it need to be reached out to the particular target community. Thank you.
Good. Nice presentation, sister, especially the tabular review was really nice. Good presentation. And some observations in the findings. Child below 18 was 41%.
Yeah, it's quite high.
How do you comment on that?
So because that is a cultural pattern they have. When they are not seeing whether they are 18 or age limit. There is one wonderful point I observed is living together also is in that community. When I went to the particular group people, now they are coming to aware of this Child Marriage Act and all because there are things happened, some incidents. So now they are aware, but still it's not, they are not preventing from the child marriage. Because the poverty also correlates with child marriage. In promotion of livelihood, they cannot accommodate more children in the family. So they send the girls to other families instead of making them to be in their family.
You were talking about the different capitals for the livelihood, no? Yeah. How do you see the health aspect how does it get?
Health aspect, BMI, other thing, the other aspect also, I have BMI value. 33% BMI value is quite low. So yeah, health, really it affects the health condition of the Palayar community. That is in other assessment of my study.
I think your KMO value also is 0.7. I think when you take all the entire sample, it will be good.
Yes.
Good. All the
Thank
best
you,
for your
sister.
studies.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, ma'am. Next, I call upon Keertana, ma'am. Please come on the stage, ma'am.
மெயில் பண்ணிட்டேன் இல்லை சார் உங்கள் மெயில் ஐடிக்கு மெயில் பண்ணேன் மரியா லூயிஸ் உங்கள் மெயில் சொல்லுங்கள் நான் மெயிலுக்கு ஃபார்வர்ட் பண்ணுறேன் ஓகே
Sorry for the inconvenience. Now I call upon Mr. Venkadeshan for his presentation.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's quite difficult to hear the lecture after the post-lunch, but I have to give justice to my work. So I am from Professor Venkat from the Loyola College, Chennai, assistant professor. So this is my topic, empowering women for global sustainable development, interlinkage with sustainable development goals, initiatives, progress assessment, and policy recommendations. Basically, is the culmination of all the articles. It's secondary sources. We written the data from the secondary sources. There are three words. Already all the previous presenters, they given the what is women, what is the data of the women in India, what is the population of women in India. So I don't want to go into that. I directly come into the topic. Women empowerment is a global cornerstones for the sustainable development goals. Second one of the United States. That is a human. India is also part of the United States. They highlighted there is a crucial role for women in sustainable development, where excluding women that will cause underdevelopment in any countries. Wherever you exclude any gender, that will cause underdevelopment. That's why there's a crucial role for women in sustainable development. And there's a fundamental rights for everybody. It's not it's not a policy or it's not any recommendation. It's the rights for the women to be included in all the process, in all the development areas. The third one is a catalyst for achieving broader socio-economic environmental objectives. Then the 2030 agenda, as you know, the SDG, there are 17 goals. They are greater in the Paris conference, Rio de Janeiro. And then for all the countries in UN, they are following the SDGs. Till 2030, we will be following the same thing. The goals will be motivating us to reach to the sustainable development. In that, the women empowerment is linked with various SDGs. We only categorize goal number 5, that is gender equality. But there are other SDGs that are also linked with the women empowerment and the sustainable development. So these are the aims and objectives of our study. The first one, to examine the interlinkage between the SDGs and the women empowerment, to assess the progress and challenges in achieving SDGs related to women empowerment. Since adopting from the 2020 agenda, that's we are nearing to the 2030, so we need to progress, we need to analyze what's happening in so far, what's happened there. After the 22 millennium year, what happened so far, and then what we are to do, and then to analyze the case studies and best practice for the global world, not only in India, from all over the globe. We have just taken 2 or 3 cases and best practice from all over the world, and then identify policy implementation and what kind of recommendations that we can give for that. The final one is the proper strategies and forecasting inclusive development. Though there are a number of SDGs talking about the inclusive and all the things, there still women are excluded in many of the goals. So what we are talking about the inclusive development. These are the methodology. Though it's a review of literature of multiple reviews, the comprehensive review and analysis existing data has been, done. And the second one, data analysis techniques. Though we have taken only the reviews, we are also using data analysis techniques based on the statistics, based on the data given by the government, we analysis and then given the presentation. The third one, case studies and best practices we have taken from different resources, but mainly from the authentic resources, not only the Google, mode. We have taken from the authentic, for example, UN reports and the Indian government reports, Tamil Nadu government, all the reports that we have taken, major reports that are taken and then given the case studies and best practices. So what is the link between the women empowerment and the SDG? The first one, there's a no poverty. What is the link between the no poverty and women empowerment? When we talk about the poverty, when women are in poverty, then automatically the entire community, entire family is also in the poverty that we may not achieve in the no poverty goal. That means we need to give proper employment, we need to proper education, we need to give sustainable, things to the women so that there will be no poverty. The third goal, good health and well-being. If the women is not in good health, there will be automatic malnutrition will happen, there is a child mortality will happen, multiple complications will happen when we can't reach the women to the proper health and well-being. The fourth one, quality education. So education gives a major role and then that will empower the women in all the means. That's why quality education can be given to the women and access to the education institution that's also be possible for all the women. Then fifth one is gender equality. Comparing to men, women is also given equal responsibility in all the means and then there is achieved the gender equality. The eighth one, decent work and economic growth. Even women are working more than 8 hours in the field, but they are not getting decent pay. So we need decent pay and that will contribute to the economic growth. So these are global practice initiatives that women, the first one is the UN Women, that started in the 2010. That's mainly focusing on the reducing the gender disparities. That is the UN Women program. Then the World Bank's program for the reducing gender disparities and the reducing the gender equalities. The third one, he for she. Not women always talks about for their rights and other things. The men should talk about, the men should work along advocates for the women so that we can achieve the sustainable SDGs. The fourth one, global fund for women. This mainly giving, economic fund to the women to be developed in their areas. Then Girl Up campaign. That's also for the reducing the gender disparity. Then Women, Peace and Security Agenda. There is also one of the initiatives in the UN Women Forum where they are giving, women should take part in the climate actions and the peace and justice involvement so that there will be a comprehensive, development will be there. The final one is the empowerment. This is also initiative of the UN Women programs. See, these are the assessment and progress. Due to the time, assessment progress. When we analyze all this data, then we come across there are multiple progress happen because of this goal. Because for the namesake too, but people are working for the 2030 agenda. For we are including all the women in all the means. Then there are disparities also there. These are the case studies that I have taken. So this is a policy implementation. The final one, conclusion. As we don't have time, I don't want to explain all these things. Thank you.
Having gone through these secondary studies, what is your personal opinion of women empowerment?
For me, for the namesake, for the achieving the 2030, they're including all the women. For the namesake first, there is a progress I felt. For a namesake, for gender equality or giving education improvement. For the namesake, some of the countries are ready to take initiatives to attain some of the loans from the other banks. In some cases, this pay.
Now, I'm not asking what others are thinking. You have read the literature. When you read the literature, what is your comprehension of women empowerment?
For women empowerment, I feel the men should advocate for the women all the time. I felt not only the women all the time. They should not ask for anything to us. They have the rights to do things, and then we don't want to give any rights to them. They have the rights to do whatever they have, but we should give way for them. That's the empowerment I feel.
Yeah, maybe when you go deeper into the things, you will understand better concepts and all that. Because this type of theorization, when you take it even from secondary data, the way that you conceptualize has to be different. Because each case study looks at empowerment from a different connotations. So from each of that, how do you call out different variables? That's more important. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
All the best. We'll give a good clap for him. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now I invite Kirtana.
So, good afternoon all. I take this opportunity to first thank and remember our honorable, I'm Kirtana from Alagappa University. I take this opportunity to thank and remember our founder, Dr. Alagappa Chettiar, the stalwart of social work, and also I would like to thank our respected HOD for this opportunity. So, my research is about my research is about the impact of COVID on women groups in rural villages across India. So, with a special reference to the villages in southern districts of southern Tamil Nadu, Sivagangai and Ramanathapuram. So even before COVID, rural villages were facing a lot of issues in terms of livelihood and gender equality and discrimination. But COVID aggravated it to a greater extent. Let us analyze the impacts that it had on rural women. So according to National Statistical Organization, a survey was conducted and reported that the normal wage for men, rural men, is about 363 rupees a day, and for women it was 265 rupees a day. So this survey states the wage disparity that existed in India even before COVID. And during COVID, statistics was released by Tamil Nadu Women's Collective, which was conducted in 61 villages, that said 81% of the families reported some form of domestic violence, and 25% of the rural families were facing acute hunger. So this shows the impact of COVID on rural livelihood and especially on rural women. So the study, I have chosen the field area in the districts of Sivagangai and Ramanathapuram, especially Vadagudi village of Sivagangai and Sudiur village of Ramanathapuram. Moving on to my aim. My aim is to analyze the impact of COVID on rural women in using various factors like food, health, and financial security. And recalling another statistics here, a report revealed in the mid of COVID, especially in April, June 2022, reveals that the rural wage for men is, rural wage for women is at just half of the rural wage of rural men. So this was taken during COVID, and factors such as this wage disparity and racial discrimination was just being aggravated during COVID, as I said before. Let us analyze each factors in detail. So first is stress due to poor financial condition of a family during COVID. So first is reduction in wage of the family. So most of the families in the rural livelihoods were facing reduced wages. This could be either due to the person in the family would have lost a job, or a person in the family would have faced reduction in the regular income. So in Vadagudi, 74% of the families, and Sudiur, 54% of the families. That is, out of 100 families surveyed, 54 families faced reduced income. So when family is facing reduced income, it is obviously the women in the family has to cut down on the significant small spendings that she spends for her kids, for the financial condition of the family. So that is being a huge stress for her. And the next is negative coping strategy. So obviously when a family is going into reduced wages, they have to cope up with some method in order to revive the financial condition. So most of the families coped into negative coping strategies such as borrowing, debt and loans for survival. So nearly 84% of the families in the village of Vadagudi borrowed debt and loan to survive the COVID, survive the poor financial condition of the COVID. When we went for the study, most of the women reported that they borrowed debt from their known circle to manage the financial condition. So it is obviously on the shoulders of the women to get the loan paid back. So these are the factors that contributed to poorer financial condition, and this is indirect stress on the women in the family to settle all these things. So moving on to the next factor, stress due to impacts on alcohol consuming members of the family. So this is one of the most needed topic that needs to be discussed today. In Vadagudi, nearly 54%, Vadagudi of Sivangai district, nearly 54% of the families reported to having men in the family who consume alcohol regularly. So during lockdown, during COVID, most of the task-mark shops were closed and the men were facing alcohol withdrawal symptoms. So withdrawal symptoms essentially means when a person is cutting down on an addictive substance, all of a sudden he will face some form of physical and mental stress. So that contributed to domestic violence, and nearly 54% of the women in 54% of the families reported, especially in the women in the families, reported to have undergone some form of domestic violence due to this. That's an additional mental stress to them. Moving on to the next factor, stress due to worse healthcare of the family members. Family who faced food insecurity. Food insecurity means they can't afford 3 meals a day. So nearly 66% of the families in the village of Vadagudi and 62% of the families in village of Sudyur had reported to have faced food insecurity. They can't afford 3 meals a day, and families who cannot afford ration essentials, and they didn't have enough financial security to buy ration essentials for their family. So these category they survived with 3 meals a day, but with food like rice, porridge, kanji and kool, with all these things. So when a member in the family is going without food, it is obviously the women who is going to sacrifice her food for them. So this is again an additional physical and mental stress to her. Moving on to the next main findings, all the findings that I discussed now are summarized here. And conclusion, though COVID is a thing that is beyond caste, creed and discrimination, when we talk about rural India, we indirectly submerge the struggles faced by rural women. More such researchers are needed to highlight the struggles faced by them during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirtana, for the nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you tell us something on the rationale of selecting Vadakudi and Chudio?
Ma'am, as a part of Alagappa University, we are used to the families in the villages. They can respond to us in a more friendly way because we have surveys conducted in those villages often. So we can get a better results out of those villages if we know them personally better.
Don't you think that it becomes a preconceived thing? In a scientific research, we need to go to a
No,
place.
ma'am. Actually, the thing is, they can put out the facts more openly. We thought that could contribute to
Don't you think even otherwise our rural people are very open to speak to?
No, ma'am. Actually, this study also contains another village, but we didn't have a proper response from them. So that only then we shifted to these 2 villages so that we can get a better results. Actually, there are 3 villages involved in this study.
A small suggestion that
Okay,
is,
ma'am.
whenever the review of literature is given, it is always good to give it with the author and the year.
Okay, ma'am.
That is to be maintained. Even
Okay,
in
ma'am.
other things we should, but review of literature by your
Sure,
own
ma'am.
means. And
I'll take it
also in the
forward.
major findings, it is better to, you have given an exact measure, means only that has to be said.
Okay.
Not majority of.
You said this point before, ma'am. I
think he was
noticed that.
also
I'll
listening
rectify it after, ma'am.
It is good to take care of.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Kirtana.
Thank you.
We'll give her a good clap here.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Now I invite Geetanjali.
Hello, everyone. My name is Geetanjali. I'm practicing advocate in High Court. And a part of me is social worker. I did my MSW in 99. I finished MSW in 99. And I'm a freelance journalist and a mother of a beautiful princess and a daughter of a wonderful person who was a principal of a school, that too in a Bishop High School. So I learned so much things of social services and social work through my father. This is my gratitude to my father. I'm honored to be here. This is my first presentation, and I would like to start my presentation. கொஞ்சம் பயமாக தான் இருக்குது, எல்லோரும் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்கள். தேங்க்யூ. நான் லீகல் ஆஸ்பெக்டில் நான் நிறைய விஷயங்கள் பேசியிருக்கேன். பட் பேப்பர் ப்ரெசன்டேஷனுங்கிறது இவ்வளோ கன்ஸ்டன்டாக ஒரு மெத்தடாலஜியாக இப்போ தான் முதல் முறையாக பார்க்குறேன். ஸோ வந்தப்போ ரொம்ப தைரியமாக இருந்தது. மைக்கை பிடிச்சோன்னா கொஞ்சம் பயமாக தான் இருக்குது மேம். ஜஸ்ட் கிவ் மீ 1 more minute, okay? Yeah. The legal landscape concerning women's rights in India is intricate, reflecting a blend of historical, cultural, and legislative assignment. Next. Traditionally, Indian society has been male-oriented society, leading to the marginalization and deprivation of basic rights for women. Nevertheless, substantial progress has been achieved through legal modification and court interventions aimed at the fostering of gender parity. Next. The Indian Constitution ensures fundamental right to all the citizens, including women, guaranteeing equality under the law and prohibiting discrimination based on gender. Numerous significant laws has been put in place to combat gender-based bias and violence against women, such as Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005, the Sexual Harassment Act, the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013. The statutes strive to offer legal remedies and assistance to women encountering various forms of mistreat and bias. Next. Despite the legal safeguard obstacles persisting in translating laws into tangible changes to the grassroots of level, socio-cultural traditionals, insufficient implementation mechanisms, and institutional prejudices continue to hinder women's access to justice and equal opportunities. Furthermore, women from marginalized groups like Dalit, Adivasis, and religious minorities often confront overlapping forms of bias, heightening their vulnerability. The next. The issue of women's rights has always been a significant topic of discussion in India, both legally and socially. Legal system of our India, deeply rooted in culture and tradition, has undergone changes over time to address gender disparities and promote equality for women. Despite substantial legislative reforms and constitutional guarantees, women in India still face numerous challenges, including systematic discrimination and deeply ingrained patriarchal norms. The article aims to navigate the complex legal landscaping surrounding women's rights in India. Next one. The struggle of women's rights in India can be traced back to various reform movements during the colonial era. The colonial era is the main era that legal reform starts from India to the world, actually, such as the social reforms efforts led by Raja Ram Mohan Rai and the advocacy of women education by pioneers like Pandita Ramabai. The 19th and early 20th centuries witnessed the emergence of women's organizations and religious institutions on the area of education, witnessed the emergence of women organizations and activities campaigning for suffrage, education, and legal reforms to improve the status of women in society. Post-independence, the formers of Indian Constitution envisioned a society based on equality and justice to all. The Indian Constitution is the base Constitution, and articles of Constitution is our basic thing. Fundamental rights are our basic things. Adopted in 1950, enriched fundamental rights and principles of equality, non-discrimination, and affirmative action to uplift marginalized sections, including women. The Article 14 to Article 21 has guaranteed equality before the law, where Article 15 prohibits discriminations on the grounds of sex. Additionally, Article 21 ensures the right to life, personal liberty, encompassing the right to live with dignity and free from violence. Next. The Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act. Let me get this. Thank you. The Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005, for instance, provides a comprehensive legal framework for addressing domestic violence, including physical, emotional, economical, and sexual abuse within intricate relationships. The Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention and Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013 is another significant legislative intervention aimed at creating a safe and conducive work environment for women. Moreover, the law pertaining to dowry prohibition, child marriage, inheritance rights, and reproductive rights have been enacted to protect women from exploitation and discrimination. The Maternity Benefit Act 1961, it's still in the same. It's not much updated. The only updation is we are giving maternity leave. That is the only updation in this act. For example, guarantees paid maternity leave and other benefits to women employees to ensure their well-being during pregnancy and child education. Education is the power and weapon of women in every decade and century, which leads the financial empowerment of women. Next. I just want to say some judicial landmark decisions. India's judiciary has played, well, there is two more points I just want to conclude. There is some landmark decisions that Shabanu case and Sabanication from Muslim ladies' rights, the Muslim women's rights, which achieved with the Supreme Court's rulings with Sabanu case and Shaira Banu case, and the socio-legal challenges. Next one. Right. And the socio-legal challenges, I just want to say that gender-based violence, including domestic violence, sexual assault, trafficking, and honor killing remains pervasive, which many cases going unreported and inadequately addressed by the criminal justice system. And my conclusion is India's legal framework for women's rights has evolved significantly over the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gitanjali.
Mrs. Gitanjali.
Yeah, Mrs.
Thank you.
Gitanjali. Just could you tell us, what is the research problem that you wish to highlight in this paper?
Actually, I just want to give a presentation. That's it. I didn't think about all this research and other things. But
okay.
When I came here and sitting from the morning, I find my lack of research on this field. But basically, my research, if I say it is my research, I come across with my clients.
Yeah.
So
it will be nice that you are from a social work background, plus also you
I
have
am a social work student.
You are also in the legal field.
Yes.
It will be good that with your experience and all that, you can come out with legal safeguards that are needed for women.
Actually, this
that
is my...
you can think of.
This is my first time presentation like this. So
fine, it is conceptual, it is fine.
Okay.
But it will be very nice if persons like you can take it forward.
Thank you very much.
All the best, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give her a good clap. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Sister Ebenezer Mary. Please come on the stage.
A very good afternoon and warm welcome to one and all gathered here. I invite you to have a look with me regarding historical perspectives on women empowerment. By the way, this is Sister Ebenezer Mary, belongs to Bethlehemite Order. Courageously, we have taken a step forward to come out of our campus to do our presentation with the guidance of Father Marie-Louise and with the help of our major superiors. Thanks to Father and to our superiors. Let's see the status of women in ancient India. Next. Women were regarded as a goddess. They had goddess who were women like Lakshmi, Saraswati. So mother was also regarded and venerated at that time. Aryans regarded women as useful and protective members of the society. Women were admitted to fulfill religious rites. Women were having complete educational opportunities for the development of their personality. There were as many as 20 women who composed the hymns of Rig Veda. Women philosophers were called as Brahmavadinis. Now let's have a look on the status of women during early Vedic period. In early Vedic period, equal opportunities were given for women to have education. There was no child marriage. Monogamy was generally practiced. Divorce was not permissible. Widowed permitted to remarry on certain conditions. Freedom was given in selection of their mates, and this is called Swayamvara. Rig Veda recognized the right of inheritance of unmarried daughters. Women enjoyed liberty. They even attended the popular assembly. Next. Now we see the status of women. Status of women in post-Vedic period, which is also called as epic age. In this post-Vedic period, women were not allowed to go to the tribal council or assembly, neither they could take the inheritance from the father. Women were generally assigned specific roles within the household, focusing on domestic duties such as managing the household, raising children, and participating in religious ceremonies. Women's status declined and underwent major changes, like they were deprived of formal education, priority to son was given, sati, polygamy, child marriage were prevalent, widow remarriage were prohibited, no right to property, etc. Now let's see the status of women in Buddhist period. Women in Buddhist age had the opportunity to join the monastic community, which provided them with a path to spiritual development and education. However, historical records suggest that bhikkhunis, that means sages or monks who are ladies, bhikkhus are men and bhikkhunis are women, faced challenges and discrimination with fewer opportunities and resources compared to their male counterparts. With the rise of Buddhism, there came a relief to women because previously they were suffering a lot. Buddhism brought little more liberty for them. Buddhism thought describes illiteracy as a crime. So they allowed women to reside here and learn by heart religious discourses. They gave equal status to women. Now let's see the status of women in medieval period. Actually, in this period, women suffered a lot. Women had no freedom and were suppressed. Peasant women had to work at homes as well as in the fields. Their life was very hard and without love and respect. Among the Hindus, the custom of sati was common, in which widowed women had to immolate herself on the husband's funeral pyre. Next. Now let's see the status of women in modern period. Even in this modern period also, women were suppressed and they had a lot of issues, female feticide and infanticide and sati, all these were happened, and sexual harassment, assault reported by each year were increasing. Some of the social reformers and their roles in women empowerment. Some of the prominent members like Raja Ram Mohan Rai, Gandhi ji, Rani Lakshmi Bai, all these people fought for women freedom also. These are the rules and regulations given by the constitutions for the women empowerment. Now, position of women in the contemporary India, we can see that they work in different fields, and they are in the education field, business, social services. They are also politicians. They do art and culture, sports, and they do lot of works, and they are improving day by day, and it's really appreciable. And a big thanks to all the people who worked for women empowerment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sister, for the presentation.
Thank you, sister.
Could you just highlight some of the commonalities that you find over the different period?
Ancient period, pre-Vedic period, post-Vedic period, medieval period, and even the Buddhist, and even in different ages of different kingdoms were there, like Mughals, where they were. And modern period is during the time of British government.
I'm not asking, during this different period, what is the commonality you find regarding the women empowerment? Or
Commonality, what I see is the status of women, how they were struggling, how they started to move from one stage to another. Some people were really regarded highly, some were suppressed, and they were really in poor condition.
Which period you had considered it as a very good period?
Good period means ancient period and early Vedic period. And even now.
What is the features that makes you to say that?
Because they were regarded as respectable people. They took part in common places, I mean, like wherever the counseling were taken place and common assembly in that and all, they were taking. And freedom were given to go to the even worship places. But in the middle period, it was not given. Now the freedom is there for women to appear in all the fields.
Do you have a historical evidence that during those days these things were happening?
Yes, certainly.
Yeah. Is it? Is there? Because in your presentation you did not show us any reference.
Evidence I didn't show, but there are. And we could say even in Tamil Nadu, like Avayar and those Kabila and those people who were women, they are prominent scholars and poets. And they were given respect. Even kings were giving respect. The same way all over India, even all over world.
Good.
Thank you, sister. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Ebenezer Mary, for your wonderful presentation. Now I invite Yamuna to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. With great honor, I thank our esteemed guests and resource person, Dr. Sister Gloria Sundari. With gratitude, we thank you, Sister. Sincere thanks to all the staffs present here. A wide round of applause and thanks to all the participants who have presented their innovative thoughts. Finally, I would like to thank all of you who are presented here for making time to be with us today and helping us making the event a grander success. Thank you, one and all. Once again, thank you, sister.
சொல்லுது தெரியுமா? ஆம்பளை பிள்ளையா இருந்தாலும் பொம்பளை பிள்ளையா இருந்தாலும் 12ஆம் வகுப்பு வரைக்கும் படிக்கணும். பொம்பளைங்க 18 வயசு முடிஞ்சாதான் கல்யாணம் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும். ஆனா எங்க இந்த சமூகம் அதெல்லாம் கேட்டாதானே? பொம்பளைகளோட குடுமை அவங்க கையில. அதனாலதான் இப்பெல்லாம் நடக்குது. நம்ம என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? கதை கேளு, கதை கேளு, நிஜமான கதை கேளு. நடக்கிற கதையத்தான் காதால நீ கேளு. பஞ்சாயத்துல வேற இனிமேல்
தங்கச்சி தங்கச்சி என்னமா ஆச்சு? நல்ல நல்லமா ஓடியாடி விளையாடிட்டு இருந்த, என்னமா ஆச்சு? எந்திரிமா, இத முதல்ல குடிமா. ஏமா நீ இப்படி பண்ண? இந்த சமுதாயத்துல எத்தனையோ பெண்கள் இன்னும் சாதிச்சுட்டே இருக்காங்க. நீ ஏமா இந்த மாதிரி பண்ண? உனக்காக அந்த அண்ணன் நான் இருக்கேம்மா, கவலைப்படாதம்மா.
என்னடா
இந்த பஞ்சாயத்துல?
ஆமா, நானும் கேள்விப்பட்டேன்.
அப்பதானேமா அப்படி இருந்தாங்க, இப்ப அப்படி இல்லைலம்மா. பெண்கள் எல்லாம் வேலைக்கு போறாங்க, நினைச்சதை சாதிக்கிறாங்க, படிக்கிறாங்க.
பெண்கள் என்னதான் படிச்சு வேலைக்கு போய் அவங்களுக்கு தோணதை செஞ்சாலும் இன்னும் ஆண்களுக்கு அடிமையாகவும் பாதுகாப்பு இல்லாம தான்டா இருக்காங்க.
வணக்கம். இன்றைய முக்கிய செய்தி. பெண்களுக்காக இந்திய அரசாங்கம் புதிய அரசாணையை வெளியிட்டுள்ளது. சுகன்யா சம்த்ரி யோஜனா ஸ்கீம் செல்வ மகள் திட்டம் தொடங்கியுள்ளது. இத்திட்டம் பிறந்த குழந்தை முதல் 18 வயது வரை சேமிப்பு திட்டமாக செயல்படுத்தப்பட்டுள்ளது. ரோஜர் யோஜனா ஸ்கீம் இத்திட்டம் வேலையில்லா பெண்களுக்கு நிதி வழங்கும் திட்டமாக அமல்படுத்தப்பட்டுள்ளது. பெட்டி பாஜோ ஸ்கீம் பெண் குழந்தைகளை பாலியல் தொந்தரவில் இருந்து பாதுகாக்கக்கூடிய அமைப்பாக வெளியிடப்பட்டுள்ளது. பெண்கள் மாடி தோட்டம் அமைக்க அனைத்து உபகரணங்களும் 50% மானியத்துடன் வழங்கப்படுகிறது. மகிழா சக்தி கேந்திரா ஸ்கீம் இத்திட்டம் கிராமப்புற பெண்கள் சமூக பங்கேற்பு மூலம் அவர்கள் முழு திறனையும் உணரும் சூழலை உருவாக்கக்கூடிய அமைப்பாக உருவாக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. சமக்ர சிக்ஷா மகப்பேறு பெண்கள் 6 மாத காலம் சம்பளத்துடன் கூடிய விடுமுறை எடுத்துக்கொள்ளலாம் என அரசாணை வெளியிடப்பட்டுள்ளது. இது தனியார் ஊழியர்களுக்கும் அரசு சாரா அமைப்புகளுக்கும் பொருந்தும். இத்திட்டத்தினை பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்ள அரசாங்கம் பரிந்துரை செய்கின்றது. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
என்னமா புது புது சட்டமா சொல்றாங்க?
சட்டம் தானே வேற வேற, பிரச்சனை எல்லாம் ஒண்ணுதான். ஆனா அம்மாக்கு ஒரு ஆசைடா.
என்னமா ஆசை?
பெண்களுக்கு 18 வயசுலயும் ஆண்களுக்கு 21 வயசுலயும் கல்யாணம் பண்ணணும் திருமண சட்டம் இருக்கு இல்லையா? அதே மாதிரி பெண்களும் ஆண்களும் திருமணம் பண்ணும்போது 2 பேரும் தனித்தனி வருமானம் வச்சிருக்கணும். அப்பதான் பெண்களை சமூகத்துல மதிக்கலைனாலும் அட்லீஸ்ட் குடும்பத்திலேயாவது மதிப்பாங்க.
Thank you, team. Dear participants, our chief guest for the valedictory program, Mr. Radhakrishnan, Head HR from Naga Foods and Private Limited, Dindigal, has arrived. So we welcome you, sir, wholeheartedly for the valediction program of Womenomics. Can we give a big hand to our chief guest, please? Thank you. So we'll shortly enter into a valediction program. To start with the good valediction, we'll start with the prayer song, please. I request the participant to rise up for the prayer.
Thank you, team. A heartfelt welcome is second invitation from Seoul. Now let us start the session with our student convener, Mr. Francis from 2nd MSW, with his welcome gathering.
Good afternoon to one and all gathered here. I take immense pleasure to invite all the gathering for this valediction ceremony. First and foremost, I invite our chief guest, Mr. Radhakrishnan, Head HR of Naga Limited Foods, for the valediction ceremony. We welcome you, sir. It's a joy to welcome Reverend Dr. Father Isaac, Principal of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Science. We welcome you, Father. I welcome Man of Optimism, Reverend Father Dr. Bernosha, Secretary, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. We welcome you, Father. I take pleasure in welcoming Father Dr. Maria Joseph Luis, Vice Principal and Head of the Department of Social Work, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. We welcome you, Father. I extend my warm welcome to Father Dr. Suse Manikam, Control of Examination and Head of Visual Communication Department, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. We welcome you, Father. And I invite our panel heads and judges of poster presentation who made the session more brainstorming. We welcome you all. A very warm welcome to faculty members, scholars, students, social work professionals from various colleges and institutions who come to felicitate the event by their presence and participation. We welcome you all. I gladly welcome our all organizers who are management, staff, mentor, students, and our people of Mother ANUGRAHA. We welcome you all. Last but not least, everyone who are part and parcel of this event, I wholeheartedly welcome you all. Once again, on behalf of our Department of Social Work, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Science, we welcome you all for the valediction ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Welcoming is a peak of love, expressing it through art. Isn't that a next level of effort? Now let us call the team for welcome dance.
Thank you, team and students. May I now request all the dignitaries, chief guests, and panelette for the paper presentation and judges for the poster presentation to come to the dais, please. I request all the panelists, dignitaries, and the chief guests to come to the dais.
Time to recognize our esteemed chief guest, Mr. K. Radhakrishnan, Head HR of Naga Foods Private Limited. First, I invite Reverend Father Dr. Isaac Raphael, Principal of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to felicitate our chief guest with shawl. I invite Reverend Father Dr. Bernard Shah, Secretary of ANUGRAHA, Secretary of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to provide memento. I invite Reverend Father Dr. Susemanikam, Controller of Examination and Head of the Department of Visual Communication, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to provide memento to the chief guest. Now it is time. Here's a person who walks with us, interested in our well-being, invested in our growth. I invite Reverend Father Dr. Isaac Raphael for his speech.
Respected chief guest of this valedictory function for the international conference organized by the Department of Social Work of AISS, Mr. Radhakrishnan from Naga Limited, and our Secretary, Father Dr. George Bernard Shah, and Dr. Father Louis, the head of the department, and Father Dr. Susemanikam, the head of the Department of Viscom, and all Dr. Sister Hilaria from Gandhikaram University, and other sisters, various institutions, and also the special guest invitees for this valedictory function, and also my dear students
and faculty members of our college, and the faculties from other colleges like Trichy, Kaveri, and other institutes, and so on. Very good afternoon to you all. Really, this is a special occasion, and as the chief of the academic program of the college, I'd like to just appreciate the program, the initiatives taken by the HOD of the department as well as the faculties and students of the social work department. Today we had excellent international conference where we came across a lot of interventions of thoughts and in the research presentation, so many papers. I think nearly we had 120 paper presentations and various panels and so on. I was also in a panel, and I was really happy to listen to so many scholars and budding scholars and scholars already. And this is a special occasion where the academic provision is given for each one of us to grow in our research field as well as in all our skills and knowledge, and enrich our knowledge also. And today, this program, this valedictory function, I would like to just appreciate and then also just to mention 2-3 elements of the women, since we have the topic womenomics. It's just to divide and see the word women economics, that's all. Women economics, and that's why it's put together, womenomics. And this is a intervention proposed by the UN also for this year. And we should entrust the economy to the women folk, and they will make it 100-fold. That is what the intention, and the world will grow much better. இதை 1960களிலே பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க நம்ம தமிழ் கவிஞர்கள் இந்த பழைய பாடல் ஒரு பாடலில் ரொம்ப அருமையாக சொல்லி வச்சுருக்கிறாங்க. சேர்த்த பணத்தை சிக்கனமா செலவு செய்ய பக்குவமா அம்மா கையில் கொடுத்து போடு செல்லக்கண்ணு, அவங்க 600 ஆக்கு வாங்க செல்லக்கண்ணு, அவங்க 600 ஆக்கு வாங்க செல்லக்கண்ணு அப்படின்னு அப்போவே சொல்லி வச்சுருக்கிறாங்க. அதாவது ஒரு வீட்டில் எக்கனாமிக்ஸ், அந்த பொருளாதாரம் பெண்கள் கையில் இருந்துச்சுன்னா எப்படி அந்த குடும்பத்தை அவங்க உருவாக்குவாங்க, எப்படி 600 ஆக்குவாங்க அப்படிங்கிறத அன்னைக்கே சொல்லி வச்சுருக்கிறான். அது 100க்கு 100 உண்மை. இன்றைக்கு இது நடைமுறையில் இது ஒரு பக்கம் இருக்க, இன்னும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க பெண்களுடைய உயர்வை பற்றி பேசுகின்ற பொழுது பை நேச்சர் God himself has created the women folk so great. The first point is by nature they are healthy. By nature they are healthy. நீங்கள் வீட்டிலேயே பார்க்கலாம், பையன் பிறந்தாக்க அவனை அடிக்கடி ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு தூக்கிட்டு போயிட்டு இருப்பாங்க ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் பார்க்குறதுக்கு. பொண்ணு பிறந்துச்சுன்னு சொன்னாக்க அதுக்கு சிக்னஸ்லாம் அவ்வளோ சீக்கிரம் வராது. பொம்பளை பிள்ளை அது பாட்டுக்கு நல்லா இருக்குது, பெண் பிள்ளைக்கு நிறைய சீக்கிரம் வராது. ஏன்னா அவங்களுக்கு பை நேச்சர் த லா of God, the grace of God is so much that the female children are very hale and healthy. கடவுள் கொடுத்திருக்கார். Second point, today the statistical analysis comes out with the result saying that the life expectancy of female folk and other women folk and male அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க கடவுளே அவங்களுக்கு ஸ்பெஷலாக கிரேஸ் கொடுத்தது மாதிரி தான். The life expectancy of women is high since the time of independence. 1947ல அன்னைக்கு இருந்த life expectancy of women folk and male folk பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க அது 85ல the research says 85ல அப்போமே 15 to 20% கூட போயிடுச்சு விமனுக்கு. அப்புறம் இப்போ 2005க்கு மேலே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அடுத்த ரிசர்ச்சில் என்ன சொல்கிறாங்கன்னு சொன்னாக்க விமன் ஃபோக்கு அவங்களுக்கு தான் லைஃப் எக்ஸ்பெக்டன்சியை அதிகமாக இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. ஜென்ஸ் ஆம்பளைங்க 60லேருந்து 70 வயசு வரைக்கும் வாழ்கிறான்னு சொன்னாக்க பெண்கள் 80-85 வரைக்கும் தாராளமாக வாழலாம் அப்படிங்கிற அந்த அளவுக்கு ரிசர்ச் இன்றைக்கி நமக்கு சொல்லியிருக்கு. அப்போது ஒரு குடும்பத்தில் குடும்பம் நல்லா இருக்கணும், உயரணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாக்க நம்ம தமிழ் இலக்கியத்தில் சொல்கிறது போல் வீடு உயர, அதாவது குடி உயர, வீடு உயர, ஊர் உயரும், ஊர் உயர, நாடு உயரும், நாடு உயர, தேசம் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறது போல் ஒரு குடும்பம் உயரம்னு சொன்னாக்க ஒரு பெண் அந்த குடும்பத்தில் உயர்ந்தாங்கன்னு சொன்னால் அது எல்லாமே படிப்படியாக உயரும், அங்கே வந்து எல்லாமே நடக்கும். அந்த லைஃப் எக்ஸ்பெக்டன்சியும் கூட பார்த்திங்கன்னா கடவுள் அந்த மாதிரி வச்சுருக்கிறார். இன்றைக்கி ஒரு குடும்பத்தில் சாதாரணமாக நடையில் சொல்லுவாங்க, ஒரு கணவன் இறந்து பெண் இருந்துட்டாக்க அந்த குடும்பத்தை எப்படியாவது காப்பாற்றிடுவான். அந்த பிள்ளைங்களை தலை அடமான வச்சாவது படிக்க வச்சு அவங்க பார்க்கல நிறைய. நான் அவங்களுக்கு நம்ம பேனலில் கூட சொல்லிகிட்டு இருந்தேன், ஐ எம் அ மேன் ஆஃப் ப்ராக்டிகாலிட்டி. எனக்கு தியரியில் மட்டும் நிறைய பேசிட்டு போகிறது பிடிக்காது. மை டாக்டரல் ரிசர்ச் ஆல்சோ ஐ வாஸ் டெல்லிங் ஐ ஆம் டு த ப்ராக்டிக்கல் ஃபீல்டு. அப்போது ஐ ஆம் ஒர்க்கிங் வித் விடோஸ். ஒரு 15 விடோஸ் குரூப் வச்சுருக்கிறோம், அவங்களுக்கு நிறைய பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இந்த மாதிரி இப்போ இதில் பார்த்தோம்னு சொன்னாக்க அவங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை முறையில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னால் ஆண்கள் இல்லைன்னு சொல்லிட்டு அந்த பிள்ளைங்களை படிக்க வைக்காமையோ அல்லது அவங்களுடைய குடும்பத்தை வந்து அப்படியே நசிக்கிறாமையே இல்லை. அவங்க பார்த்திங்கன்னா அவங்களுடைய இயக்கங்களும் அவங்களுடைய உழைப்பும் அவங்களுடைய தியாகங்கள் அவங்க பேசுகிற வார்த்தைகள்லாம் பார்த்திங்கன்னா எப்படியாவது அந்த பிள்ளைங்களை படிக்க வச்சு நல்ல ஒரு நிலைக்கு கொண்டு வந்துடணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுல தெளிவாக இருப்பாங்க. ஆம்பளைங்க கூட சில சமயத்தில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க தண்ணி அடிச்சுட்டு அல்லது அப்படியே சுற்றிட்டு அப்படியே செலவு பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. அதிகமாக கமிட்மெண்ட் பார்க்க முடியாது. பட் பெண்கள்கிட்ட பார்த்திங்கன்னா அப்படி கிடையாது. அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு உயர்வான ஒரு நிலையை கடவுள் உருவாக்கி கொடுத்து பெண் என்ற ஒரு வடிவத்தில் கொடுத்துருக்கிறார். அந்த வகையில் இன்றைக்கு இந்த விழாவை நாம் எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருப்பது நமக்கு மிக பொருத்தமானது, சால சிறந்தது. அந்த நிகழ்வை எடுத்து நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த அனுகிரகா கல்லூரியை சார்ந்த சமூகவியல் துறை டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் சோஷியல் ஒர்க் இஸ் ஹைலி அப்ரிஷியேட்டட். I am very grateful to the HOD, Dr. Father Maria Joseph Louis, and the faculty members, all of them, and the students especially. I highly appreciate them for their dedication and commitment for the past 1 month and especially for the past 15 days. Night and day they were working. They put up hard work and I can see, இங்கே நீங்கள் பார்ப்பீங்க அப்படியே very meticulously planned and then looked into ஒவ்வொரு காரியமும். இங்கே இருக்கிற அந்த துணி, இந்த ட்ரெஸ்ஸு கலர்லேருந்து நீங்கள் பார்க்கலாம். வந்து இந்த கலர் வந்து எதுக்காக அவங்க சூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க காரணம் இல்லாமல் இல்லை. இந்த ஆண்டு பெண்கள் தினத்துக்காக ஐநா சபையிலேருந்து உருவாக்கப்பட்டு கொடுத்துருக்கிற கலர் வந்து இந்த கலர் வயலட் கலர். அதிலிருந்து ஒவ்வொரு விஷயத்தையும் ரொம்ப மைன்யூட்டாக பார்த்து அவங்க டெக்கரேஷன்லேருந்து எல்லாமே அந்த கலரை கொண்டு வரணும், அதில் செய்யணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு எல்லாத்தையும் ரொம்ப அருமையாக சீரும் சிறப்புமாக செய்திருக்கிறார்கள். அதற்கு தகுந்தாற்போல் இன்றைக்கு காலையிலேருந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க ஸ்டேஜில் மாணவ மாணவிகள் கொண்டு வந்த ஒவ்வொரு ப்ரோக்ராமுமே நல்லா என்ஜாய் பண்ணியிருப்பீங்க. நாட் ஓன்லி ஃபார் என்ஜாய்மெண்ட் பட் இட் இஸ் எ ஃபுட் ஃபார் தாட். நிறைய அருமையான கருத்துக்களை உள்ளடக்கியதாக ரொம்ப எக்ஸலண்ட் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ். ஐ திங்க் நோபடி வில் டினை தட். அப்படி அருமையாக காலையிலேருந்து பண்ணாங்க. ஸோ மாணவ மாணவிகளுடைய கடினமான உழைப்பு, முயற்சி, எல்லா காரியங்களுக்கும் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி மெம்பர்ஸ் கூட இருந்து அத்தனையும் பார்த்து ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கிறாங்க. ஓவர் அண்ட் ஆல் அதை வழிநடத்துகின்ற ஹெட் ஆஃப் தி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஃபாதர் லூயிஸ் அவர்களுக்கும் கல்லூரியின் சார்பாகவும் கல்லூரியுடைய முதல்வென்ற நிலையிலும் பாராட்டுக்களையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் நான் கூறிக்கொள்கின்றேன். உங்களுடைய முயற்சியை வெகுவாக நாங்கள் பாராட்டுகின்றோம். இது போன்ற இன்னும் பல, இது 2வது இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ். இது போல் இன்னும் ஃப்யூச்சரில் we expect many more international conferences based on this, like realistic and fact oriented, and we wish you all success in the future too. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Principal Father. Your words and distinct insight and the way of thinking has always amused us.
May I now invite Mr. K. Radhakrishnan, Head HR of Naga Foods Private Limited, to address the event with his sagacious words.
Thank you. Happy evening. தெரியுதா? கொடை ஒன்று மறைச்சிக்கிடுச்சு, கொஞ்சம் ஹைட்டு கம்மி, கொடையும் மறைச்சிருச்சு. ஹாப்பி ஈவினிங். மார்ச் 8 லாஸ்ட் ஃப்ரைடே இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் உமன்ஸ் டே. ஸோ இதை ஒட்டிய காலகட்டத்தில் தம்பி இருக்கட்டும், எனக்காக மாறி இருக்கட்டும். இதை ஒட்டிய காலகட்டத்தில் இந்த கல்லூரியில் நடக்கக்கூடிய இந்த விமனாமிக்ஸ், விமன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட், இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு என்னை அழைத்த ப்ரொஃபஸர் வில்லியம்ஸ் மற்றும் இந்த கல்லூரி நிர்வாகத்தினர் அனைவருக்கும் முதற்க நன்றி. சார் சொன்னார், இந்த ப்ரோக்ராமுக்கு வந்து கலந்துக்கோங்க, கொஞ்சம் ப்ரைஸ் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ட்டு. சில வார்த்தைகள். விமன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட் இது வந்து ஆக்சுவலாக பல நூறு வருடங்களுக்கு முன்பே சுப்பிரமணிய பாரதி சொல்லிட்டார், கற்பு நிலை என்று வந்துவிட்டால் ஆண் பெண் இருபாலருக்கும் அதை பொதுவில் வைப்போம். ஸோ இதில் வந்து வேறுபாடெல்லாம் கிடையாது. அந்த எம்பவர்மெண்ட்டை பற்றி பல காலங்களாக நம்ம பேசிக்கிட்டு தான் இருக்கோம். பட் மாற்றங்கள் இல்லையா அப்படின்னா இல்லை, கண்டிப்பாக இருக்குது. பட் ஸ்டில் தெர் இஸ் அ லாங் வே டு கோ. இன்னும் நிறையா தூரம் போகணும், பட் ப்ராக்ரஸ் இருக்குது. இது சட்டங்கள் முதற்கொண்டு நம்ம சோஷியல் ஒர்க் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் நீங்கள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இப்போ ஹாப்பியாக இருக்க நேரத்தில் நான் சில சப்ஜெக்டையும் ரீகால் பண்ணணுமான்னு தோணுது. பட் ஒரு சில விஷயங்களை சொல்கிறேன். ஈக்குவல் ரெமுனரேஷன் ஆக்ட் படிச்சிருப்போம். எல்லாருக்கும் ஒன்று தான், சம்பளங்கிறது எல்லாருக்கும் ஒன்று தான், சட்டத்தில் சொல்லிட்டாங்க. பட் நடைமுறையில் இருக்கா அப்படின்னா அது கேள்விக்குறி தான். சில இடங்களில் இருக்குது, சில இடங்களில் இல்லை. அதனால தான் சொல்கிறேன், ஸ்டில் தெர் இஸ் அ லாங் வே டு கோ. அதெல்லாம் நாம் எல்லோரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து தான் சரி பண்ணணும். அதில் அந்த சமுதாயத்தின் பங்கு மிக அதிகம். எங்களை மாதிரி ஆட்களை இண்டஸ்ட்ரி சைட்லேருந்து பீப்புளை கூட்டு வந்து இந்த மாதிரி இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ண வைக்கிறது மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு நல்ல விஷயம், நல்ல அறிகுறிகள். அதே மாதிரி நாங்களும் we used to invite the students to our industries for factory visits, to do internships and to do project works. அதில் நிறையா கலந்துக்கோங்க, வாங்க எங்கள் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ்க்கும் வாங்க. there is a lot to learn. அந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இன்ஸ்டியூட் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய விஷயம். நீங்கள் படிக்கிற தியரியை அங்கே நேரில் பார்க்கலாம். சரி, ஃபாதர் ஆஃப் சயின்டிஃபிக் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டா ஃப்ரெட்ரிக் டபிள்யூ டெய்லரா, ஒரு ஹென்ரி ஃபயல் சொன்ன 14 பிரின்சிபல்ஸ் ஆஃப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டில் நேரில் பார்க்கலாம். நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஒர்க்கோ இல்லை இன்டர்ன்ஷிப்போ பண்ணிங்கன்னா அவர் சொன்னதை அங்கே நேரில் பார்க்கலாம். இந்த தியரி தான் நம்மளுக்கு கடைசி வரைக்கும் வரப்போகுங்கிறது அங்கே தெரியும். ஒரு டிவிஷன் ஆஃப் ஒர்க்கோ இல்லை ஒரு ஸ்பேன் ஆஃப் கண்ட்ரோலோ இல்லை அந்த யூனிட்டி ஆஃப் கமாண்டு, ஒன் மேன் ஒன் பாஸ், இதெல்லாம் என்னங்கிறது அங்கே வந்தால் புரியும். இங்கே படிக்கும்போது இன்னும் தியரியில் நம்ம வந்து செமஸ்டரில் மார்க் வாங்குறதுக்காக அப்படிங்கிற சில விஷயங்கள், இதைத்தான் அங்கே சொல்லியிருக்காங்க போல இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறத நேரில் பார்க்கலாம், நேரில் அனுபவிக்கலாம். அதனால தான் நான் திருப்பி சொல்கிறேன், இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இன்ஸ்டியூட் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய விஷயம். அடிக்கடி காலேஜஸ்லேருந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் விசிட் பண்ணுங்கள், அங்கே நடக்கிறத தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. தியரி அங்கே எப்படி அப்ளை ஆகுது அப்படிங்கிறத உங்களுடைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஹுட்லேயே தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அதை வந்து சாரி டு சே ஒரு கடனுக்காகவோ ஒரு கடமைக்காகவோ செஞ்சிடாதீங்க. அது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய விஷயம். ஸோ இங்கேருந்து காலேஜ்லேருந்து வரும்போது சில பேசிக்கான ஒரு எக்யூப்டாக வாங்க, அது வந்து ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். இதெல்லாம் ஏன் ஷேர் பண்ணிக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, ஐ வாண்ட் டு ஷேர் சம்திங். நீங்கள் யாரும் எதுவும் தப்பாக எடுத்துட வேண்டாம். ஏன் அதை சொல்கிறேன்னா, ஒரு இன்டர்வியூ ப்ராசஸில், ஒரு ரெக்ரூட்மெண்ட்டில், ஒரு இன்டர்வியூ ப்ராசஸில் ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமாக இருக்குது எங்களுக்கு. நான் படித்த காலங்களில் 83, 86 நாங்கள் எம்பிஏ பண்ணுறப்ப 86, 88 அப்போது 7 காலேஜ் தான் தமிழ்நாட்டில், 7 காலேஜ் தான் எம்பிஏ தமிழ்நாட்டிலே கிடைக்கிறதே கஷ்டம். அப்போ இருந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட், எஜுகேஷன் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட், அந்த எம்பிஏ ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் இப்போ இருக்கா அப்படிங்கன்னா அதுவும் ஒரு கேள்விக்குறி தான். ஸோ அதுவும் மாறணும். ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வெளியே வரும்போது நல்லா எக்யூப்டாக வரணும். ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு நாங்கள் இன்டர்வியூ பண்ணும்போது சில பேசிக் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் தெரியலை. பேசிக் கொஸ்டின்ஸுக்கு ஆன்சர் பண்ண கஷ்டப்படுறாங்க. ஒரு சிம்பிளாக, இஸ் தேர் எனி டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் பிட்வீன் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் அப்படின்னா முழிக்கிறான் பையன். இல்லை என்ன டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் பிட்வீன் சோஷியல் ஒர்க் அண்ட் சோஷியல் சர்வீஸ் அப்படின்னா பையன் முழிக்கிறான். நாங்கள் தான் ஏதோ கேட்கக்கூடாது கேட்ட மாதிரி பயமாக இருக்குது. அப்படி இல்லை, ரொம்ப பேசிக்கலான சில விஷயங்களை நல்லா ஆழ்ந்து படிங்க, விரும்பி படிங்க, நிறைய படிங்க. நமக்கு பின்னால் டிகிரி போட்டுக்கிறது மட்டும் அல்ல விஷயம். ஒரு கஷ்டமான பதில் ஒன்று வருது. என்னென்னா, சார் 1 வருஷம் ஆச்சுல்ல, இப்போ லாஸ்ட்டு பாஸ் அவுட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை கூட்டு ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்டால், சார் 1 வருஷம் ஆச்சு சார் மறந்துட்டேங்கிறான். தம்பி ஒரு 10 வருஷம் கழிச்சு கேட்டால் நீ படித்தது என்னென்ன தெரியுமா தெரியாதா அப்படிங்கிற அளவில் அவங்களுடைய பதில் இருக்குது. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி பதில்கள் வராமல் தயவு செஞ்சு பார்த்துக்கோங்க. மை ஹம்பிள் அண்ட் சின்சியர் ரிக்வஸ்ட் டு த ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி, பசங்களை நல்லா ரெடி பண்ணுங்கள். நீங்கள் பண்ணலைங்கெல்லாம் யாரோடதும் கிடையாது, நல்லா தயார் பண்ணுங்கள். கான்ஃபிடென்ஸ் லெவல் அவங்களுக்கு நல்லா க்ரியேட் பண்ணுங்கள். பதில் தெரியுதோ இல்லையோ அதை ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு உண்டான ஒரு கான்ஃபிடென்ஸை பசங்களுக்கு ரெடி பண்ணணும். இன்றைக்கி இருக்கக்கூடிய காம்படிட்டிவ் என்விரான்மெண்ட்டில் இதெல்லாம் திஸ் ஆர் த வெரி பேசிக் ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட்ஸ். அந்த எடுக்கக்கூடிய ஆட்கள் என்ன நினைப்பாங்கன்னா, இந்த கேண்டிடேட் மோல்டபுளா, நம்ம பையனை வந்து ரெடி பண்ணிக்கலாமா, இதைத்தான் பார்ப்பான். அவனோட ஆட்டிடியூட், அவனுடைய பாடி லாங்குவேஜ் இல்லை எப்படி இருக்குன்னு தான் அவனோட ஆன்சரிங் டைமில் பார்ப்போம். ஸோ இதை மட்டும் நம்ம ரெடி பண்ணிட்டோம்னா நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை பெரிய லெவலுக்கு கொண்டு போயிடலாம். ஸோ இந்த இன்ஸ்டியூட்லேருந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வெளியே வந்து ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு எதிர்காலத்தை அமைச்சுக்கணுங்கன்னு எல்லாம் உள்ள இறைவனை வேண்டிக் கொண்டு இந்த வாய்ப்பை எனக்கு அளித்த உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்து வருகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words.
I welcome the energetic person. Dr. Gayatri, Assistant Professor of Social Work Department, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to take over the stage for our next program involving results and honoring.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, warm good evening to one and all gathered here. Goodness is the only investment that never fails. Great acts are made up of small deeds. Yes, respected dignitaries and dear participants, it is a great time to remember and recognize the words of Martin Luther King now. Life's most persistent question for us is what you are doing for others, and earn your success based on the service to others. It is a great time to recognize the great-minded peoples whom we have identified, only in the minds of very few we have identified, and we want to recognize them in our second international conference of WOMENOMICS 2K24. It is the time to recognize and give away the Joy of Service Award. I would like to introduce few agregated personalities to receive these awards. Initially, I would like to call upon our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Radha Krishnan, Head HR for Naga Food Private Limited, Dindigul, to give away the Joy of Service Award. It really gives us immense pleasure to felicitate and recognize such a leading and motivating personality who possesses the spirit of good Samaritan. She strived hard for the upliftment of downtrodden, and she had a record of 32 years of service in the social field. I now would like to call upon Sister Anila to receive the Joy of Service Award and felicitate the dais. Can we give a big hand to this Sister Anila?
Now it's time to recognize our beloved panel head, Dr. Hilaria Soundari from Gandhigram University, Dindigal, and she has been serving all the way to serve as a mentor in producing and motivating the students in creating a doctors and MPhils and creating a very good mentors for the society. We are very proud to have you, ma'am, here, and let us felicitate her with the applauses, please. The next personality is Mr. Sudhakar, City Secretary of Valpare, who has been involving in various social activities, serving more than 15 years in Sincona region of Valpare. His services include serving medical aid and serving needy and the poor, is making efforts to give government schemes and welfare measures for all the people. So let us give a big hand to Sudhakar, please. And he has been awarded with the Makkal Sevakar Award, and he's really a positive personality. We feel very positive to have him amongst us. And next is Dr. Bindya Yohanan. He is a social activist from Bangalore. She has been awarded with the Social Activist Award, involving herself with the Police Department of Bangalore and serving many women, those who are abused and in need. She has been organizing the events and programs to enlighten the women and girl children to protect them from the domestic violence and sexual abuses, etc. And she involved herself in delivering the lectures and conducting awareness programs related to women empowerment. On behalf of her absence, and we just appreciate her efforts and we'll bless her for keep doing with the same things. We please appreciate the efforts of Dr. Bindya Yohanan here. We'd like to appreciate Dr. Lovelina Littleflower, Head Department of the Department of Social Work, Bharathidasan University, Bharathiar University. It really gives immense pleasure to felicitate her, and she's such a leading and motivating personality, and she has been involved in She has been involved in 20 years of teaching, motivating students, and involved in creating many PhDs and MPhil candidates. And she has been editing books and coordinated many UGC and ICSSR projects. She has been acting as a presiding officer for many ICCO projects. So let us give a big hands to Dr. Lovelina Littleflower, and a very great motivating personality. And we are very proud to give away the Joy of Service Award to her. Ma'am is not here. In her absence, we just appreciate her efforts to that. And I would like to call upon Mr. C. Chokkalingam Tirumugam, NSS District Liaison Officer from Kadalur. And we are very happy to have you, sir, amongst us. And we are really proud of you to give away this Joy of Service Award. And we appreciate you involving yourself in various services to empower people, especially youth, and striving hard for helping people to reach the welfare for the society. We really appreciate for your greater efforts, and keep doing so. Thank you. And the next personality for receiving this Joy of Service Award will be Sister Janita, who's been working as a best social activist in Vadanjatram, and she is really a change maker and a public-oriented person who has been striving hard to empower the society with the mentorship, knowledge, and the social engineering process. We are happy to have Sister Janita amongst us, please. Can we give a round of applause to Sister Janita? We are again happy to have Sister Jansi, missionary of Tanzania, and she has been a social activist, and we are proud to introduce her as our beloved judges for the poster presentation. And we are happy to have the social activists who strive hard for the empowerment of women in the society, and to be really feeling blessed to give away this Joy of Service Award to Sister Jansi. Can we have a round of applause for Sister, please? And to conclude this Joy of Service Award, we have Sister Ebenezer Mary, Principal for St. Joseph Matriculation Higher Secondary School and Porur. And she has been working as a mentor, and she's a big motivation behind the students, to giving away the torch of knowledge to the students. So we are happy to give away the Joy of Service Award to Sister Ebenezer Mary. Give a round of applause to Sister, please. So we feel proud for people who have received this Joy of Service Award. It gives us immense pleasure to recognize the service-minded people, and we identify these very few from this society. Thank you for everybody to receive this award and making this event grand happening. Thank you. And yes, it is the most awaited moment of this international conference. And we, the participants, have been striving hard for presenting the papers and posters. And we really thank our judges and the panelists for going through all the presentations and posters and giving away the results. It's really tough for us to get us with these first, second, and third, right? So it is the time to recognize the people who have done their best out of the best, we say. So Best Poster Presentation Award. Any guesses you have? Okay, I now invite Dr. Hilaria Soundari from Gandhigram University, and who has been our beloved panel head for sharing the session. So I would like to call upon her for giving away the Best Poster Award. For the first and second place, sister will be felicitating the participants. So the first prize for the Best Poster Award goes to Ms. K. Vinodini from BSc Psychology, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Ms. K. Vinodini, BSc Psychology, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. She is the first place for the poster presentation. And the second place is being shared by Sister Salet Mary from 3rd BSW, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. So first, second place goes to Sister Salet Mary from 3rd BSW, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Thank you, sister, and thank you, winners. Initially, I'll just call out the name. You can come over and receive your certificate. K. Vinodini, BSc Psychology. K. Vinodini, BSc Psychology. V. Rahini, BSc Maths, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. V. Rahini, BSc Maths, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Next is A. Isaac Raymond, BSc Mathematics, second year, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. A. Isaac Raymond from BSc Mathematics. K. Pushpa Sherlin from BSc Mathematics, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Mohammad Abdul Aziz from Commerce, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Mohammad Basit from the Department of Commerce from ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. R. Matish Ravan from the Department of Visual Communication from ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Thank you, participants. Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. And thank you, participants. And now it's time to recognize the participants of the paper presentation. Initially, I would like to call upon the scholars who have presented the paper in the Second International Conference of Womenomics 2K24, Empowering and Breaking Barriers. Santana Kamas from Gandhigram Rural Institute, Dindigal. I would like to invite our Reverend Father Dr. Bernard Shah, Secretary of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, to give away the certificate, please. Kirtana, Ms. S. Kirtana, Research Scholar from Alagappa University. Mrs. Gopika Shivan, Research Scholar from Gandhigram Rural Institute. Mrs. Gopika Shivan. Leena Rosalind, Research Scholar from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Vishnu Priya, Research Scholar from Avinashalingam Institute of Home Science. Vishnu Priya from Avinashalingam Institute of Home Science. S. Dinesh Kumar, Research Scholar from Gandhigram Rural University. S. Dinesh Kumar, Research Scholar from Gandhigram Rural University. Ganga P. Srinivasan, Research Scholar from Gandhigram Rural Institute. A. Arogya Joyce, Research Scholar from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. A. Arogya Joyce, Research Scholar from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you, Father. Thank you so much, and thank you for the participation. Now I would like to invite Reverend Father Susai Manikam, Dean and Controller of the Examination and HOD for Visual Communication Department, to give away the participation certificate for the paper presentation. E. Nesamani Rachel Jennifer, PhD Scholar from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Hemant Praran, Research Scholar from Madurai Kamaraj University. Mr. Hemant, Research Scholar. Sister Ebeneza Mary, Principal, St. Joseph Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Sister Ebeneza Mary. Anjana Peter, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Anjana Peter, ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Father Lawrence, Madurai Kamaraj University. Father Lawrence. Dr. D. Aisha Manju, Assistant Professor from Kaveri College for Women. Dr. D. Aisha Manju, Assistant Professor for Kaveri College for Women, Trichy. Sister Esther Mary, Principal, St. Luth Matriculation School. Sister Esther Mary, Principal, St. Luth Matriculation School. R. Lingashekar, MCA, CSI Institute of Technology. R. Lingashekar, MCA, CSI Institute of Technology. Mr. C. Tirumugam, Education Department, NSS District Liaison Officer. Ms. P. L. Rani, Assistant Professor, Kaveri College for Women. Ms. P. L. Rani, Assistant Professor from Kaveri College for Women. Dr. S. Rachel, Assistant Professor from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Dr. S. Rachel from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. S. Hina, Assistant Professor, Kaveri College for Women. Thank you, Father, and thank you for the presentations. Now I would like to invite Sister Jansi to give away the certificates for the participants. Participants from St. Anthony College, please come over to the stage to receive your certificate. Y. Maria Abia from First MCom. Y. Maria Abia from First MCom. Yes, Lily Stelina from First MCom. Yes, Lily Selina from First MCom. C. Rakshita, First MCom. C. Rakshita. P. Valli Amal from First MCom. P. Valli Amal from First MCom. All from St. Anthony College of Arts and Science for Women. J. Reena, First MCom. J. Reena. K. Jeevita from First MCom. P. Priyadarshini. Jeevita Priyadarshini, First MCom. V. Saranya. Participants of St. Anthony College, please come forward. V. Saranya. K. Satya. M. Sudha. P. Sindhu. Participants of St. Anthony College, please come to the dais, please. P. Sindhu. P. Sindhu. A. Tutisha Mary. A. Tutisha Mary. Dhanlakshmi. Yes, Dhanlakshmi. J. Jones. J. Jacinta Merlin. J. Jacinta Merlin. Raja Meenakshi, Assistant Professor from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Mr. Venkateshan, Assistant Professor from Loyola College, Chennai. Mr. Venkateshan, Assistant Professor from Loyola College, Chennai. Dr. Kumaraswamy, Professor from Acharya Institute of Graduate Studies. Dr. Kumaraswamy, Professor from Acharya Institute of Graduate Studies. Jitina from Mercy College, Palakkad. Jitina, Mercy College, Palakkad. Adira, MSW Second Year, Mercy College, Palakkad. Adira, MSW Second Year, Mercy College, Palakkad.
Thank you, Father, and thank you for participants. Thank you once again for all the best participants and receivers of the award. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor Gayatri, for your energy. And now we are going to enjoy some cultural fest again. So I would like to ask all the members and judges on the stage to be off dais, please.
சரி.
Thank you, judges, fathers, and sisters. Now I would like to invite our first MSW students for the valedictory dance. Come with your energy, girls.
சொல்லு, how do you feel?
தெரியலக்கா, வயிறு வலி சொன்னேன், உட்கார வச்சுட்டாங்க.
இனி அந்த வலி ரெகுலராக வரும். மங்கையராய் பிறப்பதற்கே நல்ல மாதவம் செய்திட வேண்டும் அம்மா அப்படின்னு எல்லாம் சொல்லுவாங்க. நம்பி ஏமாந்துடாது. வெல்கம் டு womanhood.
எண்ணிய முடிதல்
தெரியுமா? அவங்க கிடக்குறாங்கம்மா. அவங்கள பற்றி எனக்கு நல்லா தெரியும். எப்படி இதெல்லாம் தாங்கிக்கிறேன்? என்னால் கூட முடியல. இதை பற்றிலாம் யோசிக்க நேரம் இல்லைம்மா. வேலை வெட்டி இல்லாதவன் தான் அடுத்தவன் முதுவை எட்டி பார்ப்பான். முதுவுக்கு பின்னாடியே பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தோன்னு வை, முன்னாடி போக முடியாது.
Thank you, girls, for bringing up more emotion. Moves are soul relishing, and soulful dance is when you feel the essence of music. Now I welcome Mujib MSW of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences on stage to perform solo dance.
கண்ணத்தில் முத்தமிட்டாய்
உலகில் ஏழல்ல அதிசயங்கள் வாய் பேசும் பூவே நீ எட்டாவது அதிசயமே வான் மிதக்கும் உன் கண்கள் தேன் தெறிக்கும் கண்ணங்கள் பால் குடிக்கும் ஆதாரங்கள் அதிசயமே நங்கை கொண்ட வீரர்கள் அதிசயமே நாகம் என்ற கிரீடம் அதிசயமே அசையும் வளைவுகள் அதிசயமே நான் போன பின்னும் நீ வாழ வேண்டும் எந்த மூச்சும் உனக்குள்ளும் உண்டு வானெங்கும் வண்ணம் பூவெல்லாம் வாசம் நான் வாழும் உலகில் தெய்வங்கள் உண்டு நீ என் பெருமையின் எல்லை உந்தன் தந்தை பேர் சொல்லும் பிள்ளை தூரம் பிரிவில்லை கலங்காதே என் கண்ணே உலகம் விளையாட உன் கண் முன்னே காலம் கரைந்தோடும் உன் வாழ்வில் துணை சேரும் மீண்டும் நானும் பிள்ளை
May I now invite Assistant Professor Joseph William, Department of Social Work, for a vote of thanks.
Esteemed chief guest of the valedictory function of the second International Conference on Womenomics 2024, Mr. Radhakrishnan, Head Human Resource of Naga Foods Private Limited, and the advisory committee members, Reverend Sister Dr. Hilaria Soundarya, Reverend Father Susi Manikam, Reverend Sister Dr. Sankita, and our special guest from Tanzania, social activist, Sister Jansi, dear faculty members, dear beloved students, and the various participants from different colleges, and I forgot to mention the management team, Reverend Dr. Bernard Shah, Secretary of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, and Reverend Father Isaac, Principal of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Very good evening to all of you. On behalf of the Department of Social Work of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for gracing this second International Conference on Womenomics 2024, Empowering and Breaking the Barriers. We are honored to have distinguished guests, the keynote speakers, delegates, scholars, faculty members, students, and participants from different parts of the world today. Your expertise, insights, and contributions are invaluable to the success of this international conference. We extend our sincere thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Radhakrishnan, Head HR of Naga Foods Limited, for having taken efforts to come here as the chief guest of this function. When I approached him, he instantly accepted our invitation. Sir, we thank you wholeheartedly for coming here and honoring all our awardees by presenting the Joy of Service Award. We thank you, sir. Your presence has added immense value to this conference, and your inspiring words have set the tone for enriching the conference. We thank you, sir. We would like to express our sincere thanks to the keynote speakers for the inaugural function this morning. Ms. Anita, Department of Social Pedagogy and Social Rehabilitation, Faculty of Educational Studies, Poland. Mr. Nicholas Reiter, Coordinator of Projects, Monaco Aid and Presenter. Mr. Jesuraj, Director, Mass Trust, DINDIGUL, for attending this inaugural function this morning. We thank the panel heads. The paper presentation panel heads were Dr. Hilaria Soundari, Reverend Dr. Isaac, Principal of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Science, Dr. Susai Manikam, Head of the Department of Visual Communication of ANUGRAHA College, Dr. Florence Sholini, and Dr. Sahaya Sankita, Directors Survadeep Periyagulam, Jayaraj Annapakyam College, and Dr. Segar, Faculty Member of Department of Social Work of ANUGRAHA College, Dr. George Bernard Shah, Secretary of ANUGRAHA College. We thank you, sir. Thank you all the members for sparing their valuable time, giving their input for the best performance of the paper presentation. I also thank the judges for the poster competition, Father Sahayaraj, Reverend Sister Johnsy, and Reverend Father Anthony Swami for their valuable input in judging the competitors. Thank you, Father. Thank you, the entire team. Next, I take the privilege to thank the management team of ANUGRAHA Institute of Social Sciences. Reverend Dr. Bernard Shah, Secretary, Reverend Dr. Isaac, Principal, Reverend Dr. Maria Joseph Lewis, Head of the Department and Vice Principal of ANUGRAHA College, for creating a wonderful opportunity for all our students and faculty members for learning on womenomics. A special thanks to all the sponsors and supporters whose generosity has made this conference truly commendable. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the faculty members of the organizing committee, student volunteers, all the members of the different departments who have worked tirelessly behind the scene in order to ensure the smooth functioning of this international conference. Once again, I thank you all for your valuable participation and cooperation for the success of this international conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, dear sir, for the vote of thanks.
Respected participants, there is an announcement for you. You can collect, few of you participants, they didn't receive the certificates. It will be available in the registration desk. You can get it from them, please. Kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मा